Caroline Blanchard will perform the roll call for the Board of Regents, followed by Nina Ford for the BESE. Thank you.
Regent Anthony?
I'm here.
Regent Ballard?
Here.
Regent Bollinger?
Here.
Regent Bruno? Regent Durbin? Regent Farr?
Here.
Regent Gorman?
Here.
Regent Klein? Regent Levy? Regent Minio?
Here.
Regent Raspberry? Regent Roy?
Here.
Regent Sam? Regent Stelly?
Here.
Regent Stokes?
Here.
Regent Wiley?
Here.
We do have a quorum.
BESE member Bayard.
Present.
BESE member Bennett is absent. BESE member Bradford.
Here.
BESE member Buquet. BESE member Dastug.
Here.
BESE member Garvey. BESE member Givens is absent. BESE member Geis.
Here.
BESE member Johnson.
Here.
BESE member Lee.
Here.
BESE member Romer.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 3, approval of the Board of Regents BESE minutes of December 2nd, 2010.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bayard. And a second by Ms. Bradford. Thank you. Any opposition? Any discussion? Hearing none, motion carries.
Item number 4, consideration of remarks from Acting State Superintendent of Education Ollie Tyler and Commissioner of Higher Education James Purcell.
Okay. Ms. Tyler.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to address this joint assembly of the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education and the Louisiana Board of Regents as Acting State Superintendent of Education. Since our last meeting in December of last year, I would like to extend a special welcome to Dr. Jim Purcell, who was named our new Commissioner of Higher Education in February. We're so grateful to have had the opportunity to work with Commissioner Purcell and his staff over the last several months, and we look forward to continuing our collaboration with the Board of Regents, recognizing that by working together, we can leverage the resources and efforts of our agencies for the betterment of our students from pre-K through college. As we shared with you in one of our previous joint meetings, in August of last year, the Department of Education began reorganizing its resources around 9 critical education goals and 3 critical goal offices: literacy, STEM, and college and career readiness. While these 9 goals are largely interdependent and are all designed to support the immediate and lifelong academic and career success of our students, 2 of our goals will be measured in part by whether or not our students graduate from high school equipped to enroll and succeed in post-secondary education. These identified objectives are clearly aligned with a charge assigned to the Board of Regents by lawmakers last year, the Louisiana's GRAD Act, which was adopted with the aim of boosting college graduation rates by improving performance outcomes at individual colleges and universities. To ensure our students indeed arrive to our college campuses prepared to succeed, the department, through our partnerships with higher education, is focusing on boosting student participation in several key program areas. For example, through advanced placement courses, the Louisiana Virtual School, and dual enrollment programs, our high school students are accessing college-level courses or more rigorous electives that are not offered in their own high schools. And in some cases, students can earn credits that not only count toward their high school credits and high school diploma, but they get an early start for college by earning college credit or industry-based certifications. Over the last several years, we've invested more resources into these type programs, and we've substantially increased the number of students who are benefiting from these valuable experiences. And through programs like the Louisiana Counseling Model and the Gear Up program, the department and the Board of Regents are providing our middle and high school students with information about the options and necessary requirements to enroll in various post-secondary institutions and to thrive in their career choices, as well as we're trying to prepare them well to transition to the higher education environment. Likewise, we're relying on the Board of Regents to assist us in advancing key policy changes that will no doubt support the department's pre-K-12 through 12 goals. We're working together to align coursework and standards and teacher prep programs with state standards to ensure high-quality, workforce-ready teachers are graduating from our colleges and universities prepared to effectively teach our students. In fact, our state was the first one that developed a statewide accountability model to measure the effectiveness of our teacher prep programs. And of course, our state's teacher prep program assessment model, which has earned national accolades, uses value-added data to measure the effectiveness of teacher prep programs by tying student growth measures to their teachers and to the colleges and universities that train those teachers. This alignment between teacher prep programs and pre-K-12 education will be even more critical as we work to implement National Common Core standards by the 2014-2015 school year. Louisiana and 43 other states and territories have agreed to adopt Common Core state standards for English language arts and mathematics. By adopting these new standards, our state can ensure our students are prepared to compete successfully with their peers across the country as they pursue their post-secondary education and career aspirations. We are so fortunate that from the beginning we have benefited from the participation and commitment of the Board of Regents, thereby making certain our teacher prep program curricula will be aligned with new standards, and as we seek to create opportunities for educators already in the field to receive professional development that is aligned to the new Common Core standards. As both agencies strive to improve our ability to efficiently and effectively analyze information, data sharing and the integration of our data systems is very crucial. For example, we depend on the Board of Regents to help us determine how our students are performing in their first year post-secondary work. So there is no doubt that the efforts of both agencies are not only parallel, but our success in meeting our important objectives is contingent on our continued partnership. And as we look forward to continue working to build on our cherished alliance with the Board of Regents to deliver on our vision to create world-class education system for all students in our state. And we're so very grateful to have this partnership. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Superintendent Tyler. We appreciate those remarks. I would like to note that BESE member Jim Garvey is in attendance. And now I understand we're going to hear from Commissioner James Purcell. We're glad to have you here today. And it's also my understanding that we have a guest, Representative Pat Smith, who will be part of your presentation. And Representative Smith, we are always delighted to have you with us, and we appreciate all that you do for public education in the state. Mr. Purcell.
Yeah, I'd just really like to have Pat Smith here, really to thank her for her help in this session. She's been real good to us, both K-12 and higher ed, this session. She's brought forward 2 study resolutions. I think will give us a chance as a board and as staff to work a lot closer, which is a study on remediation and how we can help reduce that, and then the other is about dual enrollment. I'll let Pat talk a little bit about that, and I know I'm very thankful you're able to come today with all the things happening over there, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm very pleased to be here as well to address all of you this morning. First sit between K-12 and higher ed to produce something that I think is going to be quite important for the future of our state and the future of education in our state. The first resolution that we put forth was the dual enrollment resolution. We're simply asking for BESE and the Board of Regents to look at the means of resources to be able to continue dual enrollment for our youngsters in a high school to be able to enroll in post-secondary education opportunities. And so I'm hoping that you all will get together, come up with a great solution for our students, because that is one of the best kept secrets that we have for the students to be able to gain college credits, whether it's at the community college or at our higher ed institutions. And I think it's very important that we do that. But the other is, I think, more critical. We know that in 2009, there were 12,300 first-time freshmen who enrolled in our colleges and universities who needed remedial education. This is most significant because in 2004, 38% of our first-time full-time college students needed remedial education, and 5 years later, the percentage was the same at 38%. We need to both increase the educational strength of our students as well as be able to ensure that those who need extra help will receive that extra help and don't find themselves locked out of the doors for their future educational needs. So I presented a bill, HB 419, which has gone through the process and hopefully will be signed, which provides and produces an action team to analyze our data, to seek new data-driven solutions for our state and our students. The bill specifically establishes a remedial education commission and outlines the appointments to be made, including those to be appointed by the Commissioner of Higher Ed and the State Superintendent. We have Debbie Shum, who is with the Department of Education, and Dr. Purcell, who have agreed to work hand in hand in being able to look at how we can come up with creative and data-driven solutions to look at how how we can eliminate students from having to take remedial education. I've asked that they focus on such items such as the best practices and strategies in reducing the need for developmental education, such as course alignment between high school and college, and stronger rigor of courses. For those students in need of assistance, educational intervention should be provided at all levels, from the elementary to post-secondary level, to get students back on track and keep them there, and opportunities to have students meet their developmental educational needs through dual enrollment while still enrolled in high school. We've imposed new higher standards for colleges and universities in our state, and we want those students to be able to meet those requirements. By 2014, students needing developmental education will only be admitted to 2-year institutions, but we know that many students want to be in a 4-year setting. So we are seeking a transition plan to ensure that capacity is in place to meet the needs of not only those students, but those who wish to be in those 4-year institutions. And so I'm pleased to have this bill have gone through the process, hopefully will be signed by the governor, and I look forward to the two of you, Regents and BESE, working together on the solutions for the future of the students of Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Representative Smith, if I may, I'd like to talk about a couple of things that BESE is doing this week that I think may be of interest to you. The first one is that BESE just approved, is staged to approve today at a board meeting, new AP policy, which introduces rigor and higher expectations, and probably most as important is the opportunity for our high school students to earn college credit. We're setting a statewide policy that all children, the possibility exists in most of our districts, but not all of them, but all children will have the opportunity to take AP classes, and we're going to support our districts to do that. Secondly, we had a terrific presentation on Project Lead the Way. I don't know if you're familiar with that initiative. I think Mr. Lee could probably speak to it better, but it is an opportunity for students to receive engineering and math, STEM-type coursework through a collaboration with higher education, and to help earn college credit, and take these courses that will better prepare them to be successful in college. So I'd like to share some of that information with you, and we'll do so.
And I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm very pleased to see the AP courses go in, and hopefully all districts will ensure that all students have the opportunity to be able to participate in AP courses, and that's very important, because most school districts didn't have it for all students.
That's correct, and we're changing that.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Any other
Chris?
questions? Thank you very much for your time and
Thank you.
your opportunity to speak to you, and my opportunity to speak to you this morning.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Before
Ms. Johnson.
Representative Smith leaves, on your remediation piece of legislation that you have, can I make a suggestion that in terms of remediation, because so many of the children who need remediation may also need to be work ready, could we start the process in the middle school so that there's an encouragement of the kinds of skilled opportunities that exist in Louisiana, so that even if a child may think he is or she are going to a four-year institution, that they have preparation to go into the workforce early on. So I don't know exactly, I have to look at your piece of legislation, but I am very concerned that I would think and I love having AP, I love having dual enrollment, but I also am very interested in those children who may not go to a four-year institution, but who we could get prepared for the workforce.
And that's
Because of
why
the
we've
opportunities.
included Debbie Shum in this agreement to be able to provide some of the information on career readiness and job readiness, because that's what her specialty is at Department of Education. So we want to make sure that not only young people are ready to go to college, but they're ready for the world. So, and whether that's the world of work or ready for the world of 4- or 2-year institutions.
I guess where I'm trying to go, though, is that we started earlier.
Middle school.
Yeah.
I said elementary. That was
Oh,
elementary in there.
sorry.
Elementary through post-secondary, definitely, all the way through. And if we could, I'd take your advantage and start at 0.
Yeah, you know me. Bring it from
We
the
can make
high
some
school, start
tapes
training.
on that, and maybe play them while they're in the womb.
Right.
Thank
That
you,
is my
Representative.
goal.
Thank you again, Representative Smith. I believe Commissioner Purcell has an additional report.
Jim Purcell, sorry. I really wanted to talk about really the future, and I think the question about how we prepare for our workforce is important. And, you know, we keep getting all this weird news in the paper about whether we should be successful or not. And, you know, of course, the last report was Louisiana given an F in skilled workers. And that's what we've got to think about. How do we move forward and make our state competitive? So that was yesterday's report, and, of course, it's happened a lot, and it's happened over time. In 1970, you know, you could be middle class if you had a high school diploma or less education. What's happened because of the changing economy now in 2007, if you want to be middle class, really only 39% of middle class in America has a high school diploma or less. So it's going to require post-secondary education just to have the opportunity to those jobs. And that's just to get to middle class. So we have a choice. We either educate our folks for the new economy, or we have a lot of poor people here in this state. And what they've basically said is, if we don't do this, Louisiana, by 2018, is going to rank 6th in the nation in jobs for high school dropouts, 5th in the nation for jobs for high school graduates, 50th for those with an associate degree, 45th in the nation for jobs for college graduates, and 47th in the nation for graduate degrees, ranking next to last to the percentage of jobs of all kinds requiring post-secondary education. Now, the information from all sources is saying we've got to have an educated workforce in order for there to be success. There's some new books out that talks about the future, and the Great Reset quotes here. It says, for people and communities to thrive in the new economy, they'll need to have access to a good college, and actually good K through 12, and good health care. And what we really need to think about is how do we build emerald cities in this state where people can come and be successful. And I would say that if you look at a map of the state of Louisiana, those places are going to be where the higher education institutions are now. There's only 8 or 9 parishes with more than 20% of their adult population with a bachelor's, and those are going to be the places where the economy is going to grow. Now, I've talked to our campuses and said, we really need you to work with the local K-12 schools to make sure that's successful and can happen. A bunch of other initiatives, but that's the key part for us today. And then the question is, we're going to have different presenters later really talk about how we want to work with our regions to help them decide what is work ready for their community and how we as a higher ed institution and how we K-12 can produce the appropriate workers for the workforce in those areas, because I think the answer is going to be different. The good news is there's a report out this week that identified 3 cities in Louisiana as the top cities for college graduates. Now, some of that's because they need college graduates there. We don't have the workforce fully there. But the other is these cities have made themselves ready and willing for young folks coming right out of college. And we're other than Texas, we're the highest number of cities in a state that's in the list. And what do we get if that happens? We're going to have greater civic involvement, more blood donation, which is always good. Less social assistance would be required based on education. Educated people are less likely to be convicted when committing a crime, which that's sort of a joke, but it's percent below poverty is reduced. The employment rates are reduced. Home ownership, which used to be a good thing, is up. And if you're driving while drinking, you're most likely to wear a seatbelt. And the data also says that if you're drunk while driving, which is the follow-up study that Higher Ed commissioned, it goes down, but those with a bachelor's degree, even higher seatbelt wearing for those that are totally intoxicated with a bachelor's. So we know that education is valuable and is useful and working. It helps family income. A person will make more than $1 million if they have a bachelor's degree over someone right out of high school. And I think the key here is that if we work together as a team, Ollie's team, my team, working together, talking about it regionally, talking about it statewide, to think about this could be the greatest generation for Louisiana. There was a great investment in this country right after World War II that made the workforce have the skill sets so they could be successful, and that's where we need to be. So perhaps our greatest generation is at the schoolhouse door waiting for the opportunity to propel our state and the global economy, and I look forward for this partnership to make this really happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Johnson.
I hate to be the one to bring up. Could you please put slide number 1 back on? I'd like to make comments on it if you don't mind. That's it. Louisiana given an F in skilled workers, which was the slide. I didn't know it was coming up, but it really was related to what when Ms. Smith was here, what I was talking about is that if we don't invest early on, and that's why I'm into the middle school, into children understanding the skills that are necessary to improve the economy in Louisiana, this F will stay there. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I think what we'd like to do with that is actually have the percentage of folks with a high school diploma coming out, a certain percentage of them having a work-ready certificate as one of those measures. But in addition to that, the percentage in that workforce that you're going to need for certificates, associates, and bachelors, so that the whole community is aware what we need to produce to be viable. And that's going to be different by the area. Like I said, those 3 cities that are identified there have identified as rock and roll cities for this country. And I think it's our opportunity. If we can produce the workers, we're going to really let those cities really perform. And, of course, they're going to help the whole state grow as we try to build great opportunities for all our people. But thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on this report?
To go along with what Linda just said, we were talking about this actually this morning during the breakfast. And, you know, one of the things that Representative Smith talked about is that some kids just want to be in that 4-year environment. And there are many states where children don't necessarily want to start off in that 4-year environment. That is a great selling tool that we have got to do to parents and kids and schools to make everybody understand that life everywhere is a bell-shaped curve. In this state, we're going to have 20% of the kids that end up with 4-year degrees. That's been sort of the case for many, many years. You also absolutely are going to have 20% that we know will not get a 4-year degree. And that middle section of that bell-shaped curve, of course, is what's the hard selling point to convince children that you can still make a very good living without a 4-year degree if that's what your skill set and ambition and intuition tells you that's what's right for you in your life. And thank you so much for bringing us back to that spot, because I actually missed the first slide because we didn't have it up here. But you know, I was saying to a few folks from BESE this morning too, that the first 3 things that y'all were focused on, one of them was literacy. And when we look, we always have to say, how are we measuring against what money we spend? It matters that you get something back for the money you spend. And for the money that's been spent on literacy, and to keep it as one of the top 3 focuses, and this sounds un-American to say, but I'm just saying, if you're not getting much back and you're getting less than 1% change in the literacy numbers, maybe one of the things that could be focused on is exactly this. There are many, many jobs out there that are open right now with no skilled people to take them, and you'd be surprised at how many high-paying industries get people from all around the country to come in and do those jobs. And so unless we start really being serious about this and understanding that not everybody is capable of a 4-year degree or really needs to have a 4-year degree to be successful in their lives, I don't think we're ever going to move Louisiana to what it's really, the makeup is really all about. And this has got nothing to do with denying access. It's saying that maybe your path is not to start in a 4-year degree, and sometimes starting in a 2-year associate degree. Dual enrollment is the best answer, I think, for the college-bound and the non-college-bound child. But the point is, the more they stay in high school, the better off they are to be successful in life. And the old story that you can't make good money without a 4-year degree is just simply not true in Louisiana.
Right, and we'll be having an employment outcomes report coming out in the next month or 2 that'll illustrate the value of associates and how that works and comparing it to others, and we'll be studying that over the time. But that's something I think that will help the BESE folks too, is understand how there is a value there. In this state, the community college system is fairly young. There isn't an appreciation for what the impact it can have. The key is having those regional discussions about what that area wants to be when they grow up, and then build toward that. And I think that'll give us a focus that we need to have and keep everybody engaged in a more thoughtful way. So I'm looking forward to those conversations.
Okay. Any more comments or questions of the Commissioner? And if not, I'd just like to thank you for the presentation. Also for the presentation of a couple of facts that I don't think any of us ever imagined were related to education, such as blood donation and driving while intoxicated. Right. So I sense a keen sense of humor here, and that is refreshing, and we enjoyed your presentation. Next item. Okay, may I have a motion to receive the report? Thank you, Ms. Buquet. Second by Ms. Johnson. Thank you very much. Motion carried. Next item.
Item number 5, consideration of recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Commission for Educational Excellence.
I understand this is coming from Commissioner Roy and Ms. Buquet. Is that correct? Okay, Ms. Buquet, excuse me.
Good morning. The Blue Ribbon Commission for Educational Excellence met during the 2010-2011 year to address the following charge: to identify changes in counselor certification, preparation, and delivery to drive increases in college and career readiness attainment among pre-K through 16 students. As you have probably heard in the past at meetings like this, we felt that often counselors don't have the time to truly counsel students into chosen areas of work and education. And therefore, we have done this work that I'm reporting on this morning. The commission was co-chaired by Mary Ellen Roy of the Board of Regents and by myself representing BESE. It was co-directed by Jean Burns from the Board of Regents, Elizabeth Shaw from the Department of Education, Debbie Scrum, Tiffany Lewis, Barbara Burke, and Terry Ronaldo, also with the Department of Education, developing the recommendations. The 3 state targets that the Commission addressed when developing these recommendations are that 80% of our students will graduate from high school in 4 years by 2004. That is in legislation, and that has been the aim that we are working with. 55% of our high school graduates should enroll in post-secondary institutions by the year 2016, and 15% of our high school graduates should earn an industry-based certification by the year 2016. The questions that we at the Blue Ribbon Commission were asked to answer are: what changes are needed to occur to provide pre-K through 16 students with the necessary support to successfully complete high school and post-secondary education? Secondly, how can university preparation programs better prepare new counselors to help pre-K through 12 students become college and career ready? And finally, what changes need to occur to provide school counselors with the necessary support to help pre-K through 12 students be career and college ready? During our meetings, well, actually during our very first meeting, the members were informed that a state task force had met the year before and created what is known as the Louisiana School Counseling Model, a comprehensive student development program. The Blue Ribbon Commission made a decision to build upon the work of that task force and advice from national experts while developing our 2010-2011 recommendations that we will be giving you today. On May 3rd, the Blue Ribbon Commission members completed the development of 9 recommendations and 39 actions for inclusion in the Blue Ribbon Commission Excellence Year 12 report. It's hard for me to believe when I see the year 12 since we've been here for the whole thing, but we would now call on Regent Roy, who is going to tell you more about exactly what our recommendations are.
Thank you very much. The Blue Ribbon Commission had very lively and thoughtful discussions at all of our meetings. It was a very engaging topic for our members, which spanned the gamut of the educational community as well as the outside community. We identified 9 primary recommendations for the 2010-2011 Blue Ribbon Commission for Educational Excellence report and a total of 39 individual actions. I'm going to go through the primary recommendations, and if you look in your packet, you'll see the full report, which includes all 39 action items. In the interest of time, I won't elaborate on the 39 action items, but I do want to go through the 12 recommendations. The first one is standards and model. The recommendation is to identify the school counseling standards and model to be used by all districts in Louisiana. The second recommendation deals with roles and responsibilities, that we clearly define the roles and responsibilities of the key personnel responsible for implementing the comprehensive model for school counseling who drive increases in college and career readiness and attainment for PK through 20 students. We found that often the principal and other administrators didn't always understand or didn't always know clearly what their roles and responsibilities were with respect to school counselors. So that was part of this recommendation. Recommendation number 3 for state infrastructure, to provide an infrastructure at the state level that will support and enhance school counselors in Louisiana. Right now there is one part-time temporary position in the state level, and we wanted to ensure that there was a strong infrastructure that supports school counseling in Louisiana. Recommendation number 4 is for professional development. We want to be sure that the state provides meaningful professional development reflective of the Louisiana school counseling model, a comprehensive student development program. Right now some school counselors attend professional development dealing with teaching in other areas outside of the area of expertise because there's not sufficient professional development in the area of school counseling. Number 5, school counselor evaluation. Evaluate school counseling programs and school counselors at the district and school levels based upon the Louisiana school counseling model, a comprehensive student development program. Again, sometimes school counselors are evaluated not according to evaluation standards for counselors, but sometimes evaluation standards for teachers and others that, again, is not appropriate for their level of expertise. Recommendation number 6, state certification. To change state certification policy for school counseling to ensure alignment with identified roles and responsibilities. We wanted to be sure that school counselors are certified and certified in the area without unnecessary exceptions. Number 7, school counselor preparation. To change school counselor preparation program to be aligned with the new certification policy as well as state and national standards. We found that some of our universities were providing school counselor education and training which was aligned with national standards, but some of our universities were not. And so this is particularly important for the Board of Regents, that the recommendation is to change those school counseling programs that are not aligned with the new certification policy. Number 8, recommendation, communication. Have state leaders clearly articulate the identified roles and responsibilities of school counselors to districts and schools. Number 9, best practices. Provide schools and districts with best practices to prepare students in pre-K through 20 for college and career readiness and planning. We heard from a number of different states and a number of different individuals who are involved with school counseling in those states and have a list of best practices that we want to share with everyone in the state. I want to say this has been a very fulfilling year for the Blue Ribbon Commission. I believe many people have felt that school counseling in the state is not up to where it could be and should be, and it's a really key area for getting students to the right place, whether that's a four-year college or whether it's a community college, whether it's a trade school. It does need to start early. And school counseling deals not only with high school students, but also with middle school students and also with elementary school students. So with that introduction, I would like to make a motion that the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education and the Board of Regents receive and endorse the 2010-2011 report of the Blue Ribbon Commission for Educational Excellence.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? A motion by Regent Roy and a second by BESE member Ms. Buquet. Is there any objection to the motion? Any questions? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you both for all your hard work. And
Madam Chairman, I'd like
Ms. Buquet.
to point out to the board members that in the back of your packet you will see a website that is indicated if anyone is interested in going through the 101-page document. We thought you might not want that this morning, so in the interest of time we did not. But it really is a defining document, and as you see in that same document there are many actions. And what typically happens, I know we have several new members here with us today, what typically happens now is that the Board of Regents and the staff at the department will go through this, divide up what the jobs will be, and will come back to us at this meeting next year and tell us the progress they have made on all of these action statements. So this is not going to be a piece of paper that sits on a shelf. These action statements are fully defined and in the past have always been followed up. So thank you again, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Buquet. Any comments? Any further questions? If not, that motion is recognized to be in good order and approved, and we go on to the next item.
Item number 6, consideration of a presentation on the Superintendent's Delivery Unit and its efforts to support the Louisiana Department of Education's critical goals. And members, this presentation was also included in your packets.
Good morning, everybody. I'm George Knoll with Louisiana State University and the Louisiana Department of Education. You're about to get 2 documents in case you didn't have them readily available. The first one is a printout of my slides, and I just ask you to orient toward those initially, and we'll talk through those together here fairly quickly. The second one is a document that is provided for your review at your leisure. It's a short book. It's called What Will It Take? It also is famously known nationally, apparently now, as the Pelican Book, which is a summary of Louisiana's state strategic plan for K-12 education in what we hope is a pretty digestible format, as you might see from a major corporation. And so it's designed to be something that has a kind of a short takeaway. And I'll be sharing some information with you guys this morning. and my staff and I will be available to you at your convenience if there's any of this that you'd like to dig into more deeply. So I'm the head of the Superintendent's Delivery Unit. I will mention to you very briefly that this is another place where Louisiana is first in the nation. We created the first delivery unit in the United States in June of 2009. There are now delivery units at a number of state departments of education and boards of higher education across the United States. And we consult and work with diverse states across the United States as they are trying to engage in this process. Hopefully in the next few minutes, it'll be clearer to you why they would want to. So as you know, we have a mission in Louisiana in our State Department of Education to create a world-class education system for all of our students, including raising achievement for all students, eliminating gaps, and preparing students to be effective citizens in the global marketplace. When I came to, or became on loan from LSU to the State Department of Education, that's where the mission was, and the question was, well, how do you make that real? We talk about it a lot, we want it to happen, but how do you make progress against that? How do you frame against that in a way that you can actually drive it and know if you're being successful? One of the obvious things that we came to realize is we need measurable goals with actual timelines and outlines of what it is we are trying to produce for the state. To resonate to an earlier conversation a little bit earlier in the discussion this morning is, what is the state's return on investment for having a State Department of Education at all? If you wanted to start from the argument, let's just abolish the thing and move on, is there any evidence that it's actually benefiting the citizens? And I'll make an argument that I think I can build a case that it is benefiting the citizens today. So these are the 9 goals that BESE adopted in January of 2009. I'm not going to go into those in detail. What I will just mention to you is they begin at the kindergarten door. They end at entering the workforce, post-secondary and workforce ready. We have both ultimate benchmarks. For example, we would like 90% of our third graders, or 90% of our third graders to be literate. We know that we are far from that goal today, and that we have a more immediate goal in 2012 of where we're working toward to be on the road to achieving that, which I will show you what I hope you will find is some very interesting and exciting data about our progress in that regard. So we created the goal imperatives for the following reasons. It gives us focus every day about why are we here. You know, if I work for IBM, I don't have any question about why I'm here. I'm here to make money, right? I'm going to sell product, I'm going to make money. It is very easy in government to lose focus on why you are here, because the legislature, the board, the governor's office, the press, got Will over here, I mean, somebody is kicking you every day, and every day it seems like that is the most important thing, and it's not, okay? Those 700,000 children are the most important thing, and how do we continue to reorient to those guys day in and day out? And that's by having goals and asking, is this activity we're engaged in going to drive against that goal for those 700,000 kids? Which has driven us to write a strategic plan for how we're going to meet those goals for those kids, and I'm going to share some of that with you here in a moment. And to be clear, and these are not traditional government pie in the sky. If any of you were around for Education 2000, where we said we were going to solve all the world's problems by 2000, and then we didn't really do anything about it, and then we were shocked in 2000 when nothing had happened. These are goals and plans where literally my team comes back to me and says, George, we're not going to make it. And I go to Superintendent Tyler or Superintendent Pasternak and I say, we're not going to make it. And so how do we get closer to making it? Some of them we're going to make. Some of them right now we don't have a credible plan for achieving our goals. Just like any reasonable business plan, any aggressive business plan says we have a set of goals and we may not be able to achieve everything we want to do, but you can't begin to push against those things until you can have an honest conversation about where you are. And then they become the foundation for assessing and benchmarking our organization to decide about personnel, expenditure, organization, and whatnot about driving against those goals. This has been part of an evolution that has crossed many people, but in terms of moving the State Department of Education to essentially a compliance and regulatory body as it existed in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, to what became a compliance and accountability organization in the 90s, up to the current and into the year 2010 or so, and really now trying to transform ourselves into a compliance, accountability, and technical support organization that is relevant to students, that there are K-12 students whose lives are changed because we exist. My particular unit works to develop goals, tools, processes for the planning, execution, and adaptation of the plan to make sure we are a living, breathing, mission-focused organization that knows where we are going, that there is no ambiguity, that if quote from a friend from NASA, I mean, where are we going? We are going to the moon. Where are we going? We are going to 90% literacy in third grade. We are going to 90% high school graduation rate. There is no ambiguity. This is where we are going. And we have to continue to adapt to the new facts on the ground each month, each week, to reorient toward that goal. We set goals, we monitor progress, we deliver objective assessments about solution sets and our performance, and support mission-critical offices and decisions around that. And creating a new a culture where you can walk in and say, superintendent, board president, we had this plan, it's not working. We had this plan, and funding fell through. We didn't get the grant. So the question can't be, well, then we shall fail because. The question is, how do we get there now? How do we get there now in the new reality? So there's an awful lot of work behind this that we could unpack. And for those of you in the private sector, this is a lot like the institutional performance management at a major corporation. But if you will turn with me to page 5, if you haven't been following along, I'm just going to walk you through very briefly kind of how this plays out around a single goal. So one of our goals is to have 90% of our youngsters literate by third grade. And we are currently, historically, until fairly recently, we're in the low 60s percent. And this graph just trots out, or represents our historic trend in third grade literacy over the years 2005-06 to 2009-10. And then we simply projected forward from that, what's our historic trend? What would you expect to see if nothing changed in the state, which would put us at about 69, just a skosh under 69% by the year 2012. And so that becomes our first fact and evidence in developing the strategic plan. If you look at the slide one down from that, which shows our 67% in 10, what this represents is what we've discovered is educators are not percentage people. Talking to educators about percentages, ratios, that doesn't work. It just doesn't communicate effectively. We talk in children. In order to reach this goal, you need 2,300 additional children to be literate in 2012. That's the number. That's the bodies. Where are those kids? Are they in Red River? Are they in East Baton Rouge? Are they in Lafourche? Are they in Lafayette? Are they in Concordia? As it turns out, they're everywhere. But we need to go find those boys and girls and get them across the line, period. No excuses, no hemming and hawing. That's the goal. And so if you look, our historic trajectory, if we did just what we've been doing with accountability and the supports we have, we would be well over 1,000 youngsters short by the year 2012. What my team then does is work with the goal offices to push them to develop strategic plans of what they're going to do to change this result. And we look at 3 facts. Historically, in our state or other states, what is this program, policy, partnership, or publicity program delivered historically? How many kids can you impact with it, and what's the net return? So if you have a great big program and it has a very small impact, you may still get a goodly number of kids. You may have a very intensive program that's a pilot program that only serves a handful of kids that's wonderfully effective, but it's too small to matter. Let's be clear. We have flagged things that the department was engaged in that are, for lack of a better expression, too small to matter. They don't save enough kids if we're really serious about meeting these goals. We use that to build what we call trajectories. So if in the IBM context it's how many computers, how many OSs do you expect to sell next quarter? How do you know where you're going to be? So we come back to this graph, which is now on page 7 if you're following along in your hymnal. I can be a little apostolic about this. 700,000 kids, our future, 700,000 kids. Anyway, so then we say, we have the Ensuring Literacy for All program in our state. My team has done the research that we know what the additional number of youngsters who will be literate in third grade is if they get the Ensuring Literacy for All program in their early grades. And we know what the expected growth of that program is over time. And that slide in front of you, which is the top of page 7, or for those of you in the audience, is the expected number of additional third graders who will be literate each year as a result of that work of Carrie Laster's team. We then add to that, well, what else are we doing? If you're familiar with the 21st Century Community Learning Centers, which is a federally mandated program for after-school tutorial for failing schools. We then benchmark against that. What are they doing? How many young kids are they working with? How many additional kids should that get us over the line? So we add that. So what we do is we build a model. We call it the what will it take model. If we do all these things, we do them well, the conditions in the state match our historic conditions. This is where we think we would be. Now, I do want to be clear, if you talk to the folks who do this kind of work at a major corporation or at the Defense Department, there's some colleagues who do some things around the changing sea levels at the Defense Department for the Navy. They have some questions about, well, if the sea levels don't change as fast as we thought they would, our models for building ports are off. So there are things in the future that my team, of course, can't know. If we had another major hurricane or when we have another major hurricane that's going to knock things off. But assuming some consistency, this is actually the state strategic plan for third grade literacy, all the elements, what they will contribute, and what the net return for the state is. If you take a look in the book, if you get interested later, if you go to page 13, it has the beginning of the third grade literacy plan. It shows you the state's trajectory, and then it names every one of those programs, gives you a one-page, or not one-page, one like blurb description of the plan, and then the numerical data behind that, and some additional information about the quality of the data underlying it, and what our challenges are for implementing it. Now, here's the part where if you're from my part of the world, it gets really exciting. So you work really hard for a year. You build these models, and then every year, kids live, they grow, they change. To my world, they produce a new data point. And then you can put the data point on the map and say, are we on track, off track? And just to give you an example for one, there it is. In order to be on track to meet our 72% literate by in third grade by 2012 goal, we needed to be at 69% this year. We were at 69% this year, which represents a historic discontinuity with where we should have been, right? We need now 3 more percentage points to get the last bit of this done. By the way, some national colleagues have criticized us for having low short-term goals because our goals are designed to be reachable but aggressive, right? We are not in any way satisfied with 72% literacy. It was never the goal. It is not where we're stopping. It was created so that the team who's working on this right now has an achievable goal in the near term for which they feel accountable. If you put the goal out at 2020, lots of people will look at it and say, by 2020, I will be retired, gone, maybe dead, who knows. But the folks will not experience a lot of pressure. But I can tell you, if Dr. Laster's here in the audience, her team experienced great pressure about her literacy goals where they're here and now. And we are trying to create a culture where if people can't deliver results, people need to be replaced, right? If we can't get these things done, we will have to make some leadership changes. So where does that take us from here? My team is working on completing analyses with the new data and looking at where we are in each of these, updating all our strategic plans and goals. We will be coming forward to BESE this fall to ask for an update of our goals. We've learned a lot about how to set goals, how to benchmark goals, and how to frame and communicate around them, and we will be coming forward with what we think are a better and more polished set that will be ready for adoption about 2 years into the process. We are working with the offices to make sure that our policies, programs, and partnerships are implemented with fidelity. That seems to be our biggest challenge. We commit to doing things, but we aren't always great at getting them done. Some of y'all may have experienced that in your personal lives. We've experienced that sometimes organizationally. And learn from the data and learn to improve and support. I'll tell you one last little quick story that I find encouraging and inspiring. From this in the high school grad area, we learned that our biggest challenge is overage kids. We're not bad at getting 14-year-olds to graduate. We just aren't doing a very good job with 15 and 16-year-olds, and we have far too many of them, which led to try to meet that goal, led to a whole group doing a whole bunch of work around identifying high-risk kids and what their risk factors are and helping the high school team come up with solid plans to meet those kids' needs as they rise into high school. Having that data led the deputy director of that office to look and say, well, George, if you know who's the high-risk kids now, can you tell me who were the high-risk kids 3 years ago who are still in the system and are on track to graduate? A man by the name of Ralph Thibodeau. Ralph then went out and interviewed 12th graders who are on track to graduate, who had like a 10, 15, 20% chance to graduate 4 years ago, but who are going to make it, to try to find out, son or daughter, what did it take? What happened in your life that got you from being a kid with almost no chance to make it to a kid who's about to make it today? And then taking that knowledge and feeding it back into our system to say, well, how do we build those things so that we systematize getting those kids' needs met in a planful way? So one of the things that, and my group didn't direct anybody to do that, one of the things that happens when the culture changes to this kind of mission-driven, we know where we're going, and trying to communicate, trying to create the culture. We are not here to please BESE. We are not here to please the legislature. We are here for 700,000 kids, and we're pretty sure if we do a great job on 700,000 kids, the legislature will be less aggravated with us. BESE will hopefully be at least modestly pleased with us, and the citizens will be glad we will be here. But even if that didn't happen, that wasn't the point. The point was those 700,000 kids, and we think if we do a great job on that, we can bring everybody else along. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to entertain them. I know we're running just a skosh long. I had to go. It was more information in less time than I originally planned, but if not, I'll.
Thank you, Dr. Noel. I can attest that he has the short version, the medium version, long, and very, very long version on this. But it is incredible work, and it does it does answer a lot of questions that are asked about the return on investment of our initiatives. And I think it will go a long way in working with our districts and showing them, improving them, that we do have strategies that will help them be successful in their own local districts. Are there any questions? I'm sorry, Ms. Bollinger, and then Ms.
I'm on your team.
Commissioner Bollinger, no, excuse me, Regent Bollinger, Regent Roy.
I'm inspired. I wanted to know
Buchanan?
if you changed programs or how you taught teachers to get those kinds of improving results on literacy. What changed that hadn't changed in the last 5 to 10 years?
Yes, ma'am. So, and to be clear, just like institutional performance management at a corporation, my team didn't do this. Our team did this. The single biggest return on investments we've got going that are changing our results here are twofold. The growth and quality and health of the LA4 program that is getting youngsters into the early grades ready to go. It's not good enough, but those kids are rolling into the system and they're hitting. And the other is the Ensuring Literacy for All program, which includes job-embedded professional development for teachers, regional coaching clusters where teachers are learning better skills for how to reach young children. We have a number of other things that are contributing, but those are the two, if you want to look at the two big ROIs, the two big leverage points, those are the two things we've been doing. Part of what, and just an anecdote that I think is very interesting. Superintendent Dilworth here in East Baton Rouge, who was struggling with a lot of challenging schools and a lot of challenging issues, when he saw some of the data around the progress that Alpha is making, volunteered to put more of his schools into Alpha to work with our literacy team with no resources. He would come up with the resources because he recognized that it was so valuable for those youngsters. He wasn't looking for the state to come up with the dollars. We had the model and the people. He had the schools and the children, and he was willing to come up with his own resources. So we are coming up with combinations of things where we have strong evidence that work. Then we have to sustain them and maintain quality. I think one of the other great challenges in the public sector is we often start with programs that are initially a tremendous flash. They're very successful. We're very excited. And then over time, quality control falls off, and they gradually fade away. This kind of approach, where you have to come back and look at your efficacy every year, where there's implementation monitoring going on, kind of keeps that quality control up front so we don't start producing bad product. So that's where I think we are. We're only 18 months into this. I would not pretend to have all the answers. What I have is great hope that we're on the right track.
Thank you. Regent Roy.
Well, I feel like you left us with this mystery of what did this researcher find out when he talked to the successful kids about what made a difference in your life?
Yes, ma'am. That was not entirely accidental. So there's a lot of answers, but the central, and it's not a researcher, it's a leader, one of our executive staff. But while there are a lot of things for a lot of youngsters, and what individual youngsters' needs varies. So for a particular youngster, it may have been their big risk factor was being terribly far behind in literacy, and getting some great literacy program in those first couple of years of school to get them back on track. while they were still also being able to accumulate Carnegie credits. But overwhelmingly, the single biggest thing for these youngsters shouldn't surprise us, which is, as I entered high school, as not a very excited student, as a struggling student, as a kind of a disengaged student, there was some adult at my church, on the football team, a coach, a teacher at my school, a counselor, a parent, somebody who essentially pulled me aside and said, son or daughter, I am committed to you. I believe you can do this, and I am here for you for the whole 4 years, and I will pull you across the goal line if I have to, if you will work with me. And that it was a long-term mentoring relationship, not a short flash in the pan, fall, 9th grade, but somebody who was with them for the 9th grade and the 10th grade and the 11th grade and the 12th grade. There are other stories. There are other bits and pieces for other young people. But if you want to talk about the one thing that came out the most, that's it. And so how do we take at-risk kids and get them with mentors who are willing to commit to them for the long haul?
I just whispered to Regent Roy, the counseling model. It's clearly the best tool that we're going to be able to bring forth. So, any other questions or comments on this report? Yes, sir.
Excuse me. That was kind of the question where I was going, was if your unit will be involved in the implementation of the recommendations of the Blue Ribbon Commission?
As they evolve into specific actionable parts of the agency's strategic plan, then my team, a little small team, will do the work to vet the plan, to benchmark it against what its expected return on investment is, and then to track it over years to see if it's actually doing it. So we would not become involved until the point that it was an actual line of business for us. But I expect that it will be, and I expect that we will be, as that, as Debbie Shum's group makes that actionable. We, for lack of a better expression, we tend not to work in the realm of broad stroke, we think we'll do this. One of the lines in my team, or one of the things I say over and over again, really, as far as I can tell, there's really only one thing that matters. And that is what happens in the space between one student and one teacher, counselor, principal, or professor. How do you affect that? And so when we get to that place, that's where my team gets engaged, because we want to know how we are affecting that space between our citizens and the people who are there to serve them, the change in outcomes. So as those recommendations get turned into actionable things, they get on our to-do list.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Noel. We do need to move through the agenda, so I'm going to seek a motion to receive the report. Thank you, Ms. Bradford. A second by Ms. Buquet. Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Item number 7, consideration of an overview of the 2010-2011 Educational Planning and Assessment System State Report.
Greetings, Board of Regents and BESE. Thank you for having me today. My name is Heather Poole, and I have had the great pleasure to coordinate the Educational Planning and Assessment System since its inception in Louisiana back in 2002. The purpose of Louisiana EPAS is, we often refer, it's the Educational Planning and Assessment System. It's a series of academic and career assessments for all students in Louisiana, and it's to raise academic standards, expand college access, improve student preparation, foster effective school improvement programs, and articulation between secondary and post-secondary. EPAS is 3 assessments: Explore in the 8th grade, Plan in the 10th grade, and it's culminated with the ACT in the 11th and 12th grade. All of these assessments in EPAS share a common score scale. And Explore is like the 8th grade version of the ACT. Plan is the 10th grade version of the ACT. At the top of the scale, changes are there to reflect skills and knowledge, and students might have gained as they advanced in grades. But an 18 in English reflects the same score regardless of which assessment was given. Therefore, we're able to use EPAS as a baseline, a midpoint, and a capstone to view students' development over time. We do look at 4 content areas: English, math, reading, and science. It also has some student planning, instructional support, and evaluation. I can share with you that when we began this program, much of its popularity began because of school counselors. They recognized it immediately as a tool to assist them in guiding students to their next transition. This past year, we had over 40,000 students participate in Explore, with 38,000 plus in taking Plan. As you know, about 98% of all students that graduated this year in Louisiana participated in the ACT. The Board of Regents began EPAS and provide support to Explore and Plan. However, that ACT assessment is paid for at the expense of the student or through free waivers through ACT. The Explore and Plan composite scores have never been higher. This is with the exception of one 2005 score in Plan, and we attribute that to the post-Katrina anomaly. 10th graders who previously have taken Explore significantly do better on Plan than students that do not, and also students self-report what their post-secondary plans are. On Plan, 81% of the students stated that they plan on going to post-secondary college or technical school. However, only about 10% indicated that they plan on going to a technical or community college. This is the kind of valuable information that's provided in the assessments and can be used as a counseling tool to assist and guide students to appropriate fields of study. These are our Explore scores, and I included the post-Katrina 2005 year as well as last year and this current year. As you can see, we've had tremendous growth in this baseline data to the point where we are gradually and quickly approaching the national norm. 0.4 of a point in almost every area, with a composite increase of 0.5 of a point. This is quite significant. In Plan, we had also an increase in composite score.
Where is the growth on that previous screen?
Hang on. I'm sorry. Can I just go back? There we go. Fall of 2010 compared to fall of 2009. Are you looking? And then versus the national norm. We've gone up from 13.5 to 13.9, 14.0 to 14.8, 13.4 to 13.8. And on this next slide, I'll show you, it kind of breaks it down a little easier for you to be able to see. I'll skip to this. Here is Explore and Plan in an easier view that you can see between the last 2 years, where we've gone up in every single area in our 8th grade baseline data, as well as had significant increases in both math and reading in our Plan scores, and an overall composite increase of 0.2 of a point. ACT College and Career Readiness Benchmarks, a national study was done comparing ACT scores and grades that students received during their first year of college. This was a study with all types of colleges included in the sample, including open admissions as well as highly selective schools. The ACT scores on the far right of the screen give students a 50% chance of making a B or better in that corresponding credit-bearing course that students are likely to take during their first semester of college. Because of these 3 assessments sharing that same common score scale, ACT was able to statistically predict that as early as 8th grade, if students were going to be on target to be college ready. This next slide can show using Louisiana data and our baseline data and our developmental entry or posting out of developmental classes, where students are using our state test results from this past year. As you can see, if a student is on track at 13, getting a score of a 13 in 8th grade, we had 53% of our students on track. 49% are on track in math using Explore. 15% on track, 65% on track in Plan, as well as 44% are on track in Plan in math. Because of the college readiness standards, we are able to provide statements of where the students are and what they likely know, but then are also able to give them information and suggestions on ways to increase their scores. So if a student is identified as needing developmental, we can provide support not only to the student, but to the educators and the district to assist them in being able to have that student be college ready upon graduation. One of the biggest, I think, achievements that we have had with Louisiana EPAS, and we've received a lot of national support and recognition on this, was through the work of Louisiana Tech's College of Education. Dr. Glenn Beer, who I actually saw here today, worked and has been working since 2005 doing professional development for not only counselors but educators and administrators on the use of using EPAS data effectively. As we all know, an assessment is not going to make these great achievements. It's what happens with the assessment results that really make the difference. What we have found is that through the work of Dr. Beer and his staff, we have seen great strides. Over 500 educators have participated in a 10-week online course to assist in using EPAS data effectively. Both the Louisiana Counseling Association has approved and recommended this course, as well as ACT as a whole. Matter of fact, several other states in our country are participating in this program. I'll also note that Louisiana Tech waives tuition for any educator to participate in this graduate level course to receive not only 3 graduate credit hours, but also 45 continuing ed units. Of course, we can make a difference with all this information and the uses that we know of right now. Over almost 16,000 students qualified for early start based on their plan scores for English, as well as almost 12,000 students qualifying for early start dual enrollment based on their math scores. If we looked at just the 10th grade information for Plan and just looked at how many students had received a 20 or greater, we can identify, using that as a placement for readiness for TOPS, we can identify that almost 7,000 students in the 10th grade are at that mark to receive TOPS. And I know that so many people focus on how many students in the district will receive that TOPS award. Of course, all of this data shows that, EPAS is effective for all students, but we've really seen a significant impact on minority students. This 2010 data for ACT recognized that the African American students scored 0.3 of a point higher on their ACT composite than their national counterparts. Of course, I heard, with the adoption of the Common Core standards, these are also correlated with that. These are correlated with the Louisiana standards. There's a career interest inventory. There's also rosters for every single school that identify by name if a student is in danger of dropping out. A question is asked on this assessment: do you plan on graduating from high school? Well, if an 8th grade student says they do not plan on graduating from high school, it's probably true. So there's so many intervention measures that are provided through this assessment system. Of course, we know that EPAS increases educational achievement. It encourages students to take more college preparatory classes. It increases students' college readiness. promotes educational career planning and promotes college readiness of underrepresented students, as well as educational achievement of college enrollment and persistence. For the last, I guess from 2002 to 2009, the Louisiana Board of Regents fully funded EPASS for all public middle and high schools. It is a voluntary assessment, and almost 98% of the state volunteers to participate. 100% of the school districts participate at some level. I will say that this past year we were able to obtain College Access Challenge Grant funds, a federal grant that funded EPASS this past year. Although College Access Challenge Grant has 4 years additional funding for the states, Louisiana is currently at risk of losing our College Access Challenge Grant because of our state's maintenance of effort. With that, the funding future of EPASS and the sustainability of EPASS is in question.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your report. Are there any questions or comments
Madam Chairman.
from our members? Mr. Bayard.
Yes, Heather, thank you for your report. Some of the data about the success of our students on ACT is a lot better than we might think, because about 4 years ago, I think, I'm not sure if it was the Board of Regents or the department, had a report on the number of students in Louisiana taking ACT versus the other states, and almost all of the states had fewer students percentage-wise taking the ACT, and some of them where SAT was more popular for their universities even had, if you added the SAT test takers and the ACT, it was still far less. Of course, there are some states that don't even require it. A lot of them don't, and it's only the ones who want to go to a four-year college that take it. So even though we're below that average, it's still a lot better than the data might suggest, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Bayard. Is there a motion to receive the report? Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Garvey. Any further questions? Any objections to the motion? A motion carried, and we thank you very much for your report. Next item.
Item 8, consideration of a report regarding college and career readiness.
This is the person who's in charge of implementing the counseling model also.
Yeah. We're busy.
You are. Please identify yourself and begin.
My name's Debbie Shum. I am Chief of the Office of College and Career Readiness for the Department of Education.
Sharon Southall, P20 Officer for the Board of Regents.
Good morning. And I know that we're tight on the agenda, so we're going to talk fast, but there's been a lot of groundwork laid by everyone who spoke here earlier. Ms. Tyler spoke earlier about our reorganization of the department. Our office, the Office of College and Career Readiness, is specifically focused on goals, and I consider them two goals. One is to increase the quantity of students who graduate from high school, and really the other two goals are about the quality of students who graduate from high school. And our goal is truly to make sure that every student graduates college and career ready. And when we say college, and I'm going to just share this information if we can, we adopted about a year ago, BESE adopted a college and career readiness policy that defined both college readiness and career readiness. And it's about making sure students are able to enter a 1-year, 2-year, or 4-year institution without having to take remedial courses. And it's about making sure that when we talk about career ready, we want to make sure that they can analyze complex technical materials, they can use math to solve problems in the 21st century workplace, and they can pass a state-approved industry certification or licensure exam in their field. As Dr. Purcell showed in his report, we know that by the year 2018, close to 60% of all jobs that will be available require some education beyond high school. We want to make sure that we are doing our part in the K-12 sector of making sure that when students graduate, they graduate as college and career ready. In that effort, We have been working with the Board of Regents and Sharon Southall, and I'll let her step into the picture to talk about how do we take the pieces that you heard earlier about our strategic plan, about the Louisiana School Counseling Model, about all the strategies to make sure that students graduate with these skills. How do we actually put that plan into action? And we have a piece that we think will make us sort of connect all the pieces from K-12 to post-secondary, to business, to community, and I'm going to let Sharon step into that role.
We think this can only happen with the coordination of a lot of efforts. And they begin, we believe, with our two agencies setting the stage to establish and to implement regional coordinating councils. Dr. Bissell talked about this earlier, about how important it is for us to learn by region what is the most important feature that they need to have to make themselves to be a successful economic unit. So we suggest that the goal of this coordinating unit would be to promote local, regional, statewide economic development, improve schools, viable communities, and public participation. It's more than just getting the student from kindergarten through the 12th grade and into post-secondary. Our future as a state and our regional opportunities will only exist and be what we want it to be if we can all work together to discover the data and have discussions around it of how we make this happen. As earlier when the Blue Ribbon Report was presented, Ms. Bouquet said it can't be just a piece of paper. Well, we don't want the work of this council to be a flat document either. We want them to consider data, to build trajectories, and then to make actionable recommendations to the local state boards concerning the skills, the systems, the resources, and all the alignment efforts that are needed so that our students are graduating college and career ready. We've thought long and hard about what the membership should be. You've probably heard a lot about wraparound services. So this is kind of a picture of what a wraparound service might be to get the kinds of graduates that we want in Louisiana. So what you have before you are some representatives from the various agencies, and there could be others. One region may have a different picture. We would like for the ones that you see here to be included, but others could as well be included according to the needs. Of course, we would want our educational institutions to be represented, and the local government, public affairs, economic development councils, and leaders of labor, business, and industry, and workforce investment boards. But unless we get the local people that are within that region to really be interested in what we're doing, I don't think that we can make a difference. So everything starts from the bottom and builds up. But if we can begin to use these councils to discuss the needs and the problems in the area by the data that is supplied from the different agencies that are participating, then we have a picture for success.
And just to align where we are going, we talked about the goals that we're trying to reach earlier. So one of the things that we talked about is how do we increase the number of first-time freshmen, the number of students who are enrolled in post-secondary education, but not forgetting about the fact that was brought up by so many of you that we need to make sure we increase students' career readiness. We not only need to make sure that they know that there are potential opportunities for them when they leave high school, but what they need to do to be able to get the type of job and live the type of life that they want to for the remainder of their time. So what we want to make sure we do is we talk about specific actionable items that have targeted measures. It all falls in line with what we've been doing with our delivery unit. We have specific actions that we are taking to make sure we reach our goals. And what we want to do is looking at the regional level, because when it becomes, I'll say, personal, it's sort of like personalizing the issue to the regional levels, then we get people who buy in and who believe that we are doing something not just for those schools and those institutions, but for the people who live in the community. So what we sort of looked at was the things that we think could be potential action items. It's partnering to identify the delivery of training and services to make sure we're meeting workforce needs. We want to focus on remediation and post-secondary education, on making sure we start early in early childhood. Somebody mentioned we can't just wait until high school, and that's true. We have to start at an early age, and we need to make sure that we have a continuum that gets students and parents and community members to know that it starts the minute they walk into the steps of an early childhood, to make sure that we have them on the right path for their chosen career. To make sure we look at dropout prevention, make sure we take a look at what we're doing in our Perkins programs, to make sure when we focus on areas of concentration, they are truly the areas of concentration that are needed for schools and for businesses in that particular area. What we're asking today is that there's an adoption of concept, that we would go forth and begin working with a regional council. We know that there is one in existence in the Nichols area, that we would start with that as a potential focus, because they've done some great things, but we want to make it a more clarified focus and specifically looking at outcomes that make a better Louisiana.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shum. Is there a motion to adopt this proposed actions and concept from this body? Or is there any motion from this body on this item? Okay. Thank you, Regent Farr. And a second by Ms. Buquet. Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
You mentioned that Nichols has the only viable group left, and I want to point out to the Board of Regents especially, we think the success of that unit is because the president of the university has always attended the meetings, and he is very, very active in getting the business community there. We had other councils in our pre-K through 20 councils that did good work, but they fell apart. And I think that's the real reason behind this one, so you need to encourage them.
Thank you. Are there any more comments or questions on this item before we move? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you very much. It's a good report. All of the reports today have been excellent. But I'd like to see us, because we did have these councils, and if there's one that is in existence, that we look at what made it successful, and then make sure that the others are as successful. And the main reason is we truly, no matter how we look at this, whenever we create a new council or commission, you're basically talking about the same people. And so in order not to overwork if it already exists, I would think we would use those that, even if we have to revitalize them.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any other comments? Yes.
In the system, and this may or may not relate to this, but I think it goes to the subjects we've been talking about, from counseling in schools and et cetera. We have programs in K through 12 where we have drama, we have art, we have PE, we have a lot of these things where we concentrate on outside of the core curriculums, which are very important. But having a sister who's been a counselor for, I guess, 25 years now in Jefferson Parish, and coming from a family of educators and professors, you know, one of the things I've noticed, and maybe you can help shine some light on this for me, do schools now, whether it starts in 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, and I know we need the resources to be able to do this, but do we take a day, a semester, a day a year, a couple days a year, and have counselors come in who are part of the parish systems or just the state and the education? Do we have the students, does every student touched by a counselor at some point, talking about college, letting them know where they stand in 9th grade or where they stand in 10th grade? You're not going to be able to get into a four-year college based off of where you are now. This is what you need to do. These are some, and I know resources are very important to do these things, but I think it's something we need to address. We need to find out what the resources are needed. In talking to the people I've talked to, that does not seem to be a priority as is some of these other things, and maybe that's addressed.
And I know Ms. Buquet would like to add.
I think Regent Roy may want to respond to this, because it's a matter that they've been working on for the past year.
Right.
I think what we found is that in some parishes that's true, in some schools that's true, some districts it's true, but in others it is not. And when it is not, sometimes it's because the counselor doesn't understand their role, but in more instances it's because the counselor is overburdened with non-counseling kinds of work, counting tests, and things that maybe someone else can be brought in to do. And that's what we hope will, with these recommendations that we've passed, we hope will make changes in that, so that every student can be touched by a counselor, not just once, but many times, as well as part of the school counseling model is that the overall curriculum, the school curriculum, the regular school curriculum, will include discussions about, career and college readiness.
That's my point.
So that
It needs
it's
to be
not
part
just
of
the
the
counselor,
curriculum.
but also that the teachers themselves are being brought into the process.
Yeah, and Regional Roy, that's exactly my point. It needs, in my opinion, it needs to be part of the curriculum. In my opinion, it needs to not, it's fair assessments in the budgets, or they're not trained properly. The same status quo, as Einstein said, you continue to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results. That's the definition of insanity. I believe that happens on a lot of levels, but in this case, that is. And I have direct knowledge because I have family members who are counselors in this system, in the parish, who understand. And I had these debates around the Sunday dinner saying, well, then why don't you make a difference? Then why don't you, it's not that easy. And I get it, it's not that easy. But our job is to make it, Regional Roy, like you said, part of the curriculum. Our job is to say where are the shortfalls and find a way, because nothing to me, all the rest of this does not happen if we don't get that right. If they don't know where they stand, if 2 months before school's out your junior year, that's when they finally find out that they are behind the 8 ball, well, it's too late.
You're exactly right. They're not going to be motivated to study and do what they need to do in the classes.
Okay.
And we do realize the leadership there too, and so part of the action plans are to be sure that principals get the same kind of professional development, explaining exactly what each person's role is. Because if the principal doesn't make sure it's happening, it's hard for the counselor to say, well, no, I'm not going to be counting tests, I want to counsel someone. So again, as you said, starting at the top, so we are including principals in this training as well.
And people far smarter than me need to set this, but whatever I can do to help, call me.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
great. We
Thank
take
you.
all things. Be
Members,
careful what you offer.
Members, there is a motion and a proper second to receive this and to this report, and so it's also inclusive of action. Is there any objection to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. At this point, I'd like to thank Superintendent Tyler and Commissioner Purcell for their leadership and their efforts on behalf of public education. I'd like to thank the Regents and BESE members for their participation in the meeting today. This was a very heavy agenda, but I think all would agree that these were excellent reports. And I also thank our presenters and everyone here today for their participation and their interest.
I hate to do this. I know you want to run on, but I have to say one more
Ms.
time.
Buquet, I'm getting intense pressure from our executive director because
it won't take long,
the time
but I
frames
just
are
want to
probably
thank
too long.
Regents again. As you know, our scores are up, and it would never have happened if we hadn't had the college redesign that was pushed by this body.
Yes.
And your students are teaching our students better and better. So again, we want to thank you. It's been a great effort.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Buquet. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. A second by Ms. Bradford. Again, meeting is adjourned, and thanks everybody for being here.
BESE members.
BESE members, please. We're going to start the policy forum in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
George.
I would probably work
now we can get some work done.
Yes, let's hurry up and move with it. Just members of the audience, this is a new format. This is something that the board, in its efforts to streamline and really focus on policy making, just for those of you who aren't aware of it, this is a block of time that is dedicated to presentations around specific topics. There will not be any decisions made or any actions taken today. This is purely for BESE members to become better versed in important areas so that when they do make policy decisions, they hopefully make more informed and better policy decisions. So this is not, that's why you see that this is an open agenda, and there will not be actions taken at the end of this. There aren't enough BESE members here, but basically the format will be is that we will have a presentation. We'll hold all questions to the end. If there is time, we'll entertain public comments. So that is the format, and that's the plan, and I probably will have to repeat it for BESE members in just a minute. You can we can sit anywhere you're comfortable. Are we ready to go? Okay. Do I need a recorder for the policy forum? I don't think we do. Yeah. Okay, this time we're going to go ahead and begin the policy forum, and I'm going to, are you leading this, Ms. Fenderly? Okay, so at this time I'd like to recognize Ms. Fenderly. And BESE members, we are going to wait to the end of the presentation to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the board. It's our pleasure today to talk to you about special education as part of our policy forums that we have begun over the past couple of months. We'll just start out really quickly because I know our time is limited and we're on a strict schedule with some other special guests. But just to start out with a brief introduction, we have here some basic data to familiarize everyone with our very basic special education statistics in Louisiana. You'll see here that in Louisiana, about 12% of our students are in special education compared to a national average of about 8.2%. The next slide gives you a breakdown showing you where we have those specific areas of disability classified by type. You can go through that and also see where Louisiana compares to the rest of the nation in each category. And then very briefly, in slide 3, you'll see a summary of the funding that Louisiana has received from the federal government for special education, both the amount that has gone to LEAs as well as to the state, to the Department of Education. We call that the IDEA set-aside, and these are funds that we use to support special education in the districts through a variety of initiatives, and also to run some of the data systems that we have here at the department to track students with disabilities and to the extent to which their services are being delivered. And you can see that in 2009, districts received an additional allocation from the federal government as part of the stimulus. And you can see that that was that one-time amount in the amount of $188 million and has since gone away. But that was definitely a big support in helping districts to hire more support personnel for students with disabilities, to assist them in getting the equipment that they need to serve students with disabilities, and to supplement instructional materials and other activities in different ways. The next graph is simply the same information shown on a graph. You'll see that for the past several years, the amount of funding that has remained at the State Department of Education has remained relatively constant, while there has been an increase over the past decade in the amount of funds going to LEAs to support students with disabilities. And you'll see that spike in 2009, and that was the stimulus money that they received. The next couple of slides summarize our progress in helping students with disabilities reach a few of the 9 critical goals that we have. We wanted to let you know that we understand that in addition to focusing on these goals in general for all students, we are also looking at this data split into the general education population and also students with disabilities, because we want to make sure that each group of students continues to move and progress in achieving these goals as well. So you'll see in this slide that as the as the total average has gone up, and we've seen incremental progress each year in achieving this particular goal of having all students literate by the 3rd grade, you will see that we've also had incremental progress for students with disabilities, but we still have a lot of work left to do in closing that gap between students with disabilities and students in the general education population. The next slide is the same information for critical goal 4, which is students performing at or above grade level in ELA by the 8th grade. Again, incremental progress for the general student population, as well as a slightly larger increase for students with disabilities, but still a significant gap to close. And then the next slide is 8th grade math, making sure that our students perform at or above grade level in math by the 8th grade, and you'll see a similar trend there. This next slide presents the cohort graduation rate for 2007 through 2009. We should have new data available soon, but we've not yet been able to disaggregate that between students with disabilities and the general education population. But you'll see here again incremental progress, but still a significant gap to close. And we'll be talking in a few minutes about some of the things that we're trying to do to close that gap. These next couple of slides summarize the number of students that are taking our alternate exams, Law 1 and Law 2. You can see that it's remained fairly constant from 2008 to 2010 across all grade levels. But in the next slide, you'll see, and that was for Law 1, in this next slide, you'll see Law 2, where we've actually experienced a big increase in the number of students that are taking Law 2, and that's something that we are looking at to determine exactly why that is occurring, because we do know that especially in late middle school and early high school, that tends to be the time in which most students with disabilities exit from special education, if they do exit, but at the same time we're seeing an increase in the number of students taking Law 2. So that piqued our interest. That's something that we're going to be looking at further to figure out exactly why that's occurring. Suspension rates, you'll see that presented here is the number, or percentage rather, of students that have been in school suspended, out of school suspended, for both the special education population and the general education population. Generally pretty constant over time, but we do know that we have some concentrated areas across the state where we are seeing some numbers that give us some cause for concern. We are looking into exactly why that is occurring so that we can concentrate technical assistance to those districts. And there are a couple of districts that have some particular concerns in this area around special education and discipline that are in corrective action plans, and they are actually engaged in some more intensive work in this area. And we're going to talk to you in just a few minutes about some of the assistance that they're being offered to make sure that that as they do this, that they are in compliance with state and federal law. The U.S. DOE Office of Special Programs issues a determination of states' progress in meeting the requirements of the federal IDEA law. And each year, states are classified as meeting the requirements, needing assistance, needing intervention, or needing substantial intervention. Louisiana has been in the needs assistance, which is that second category, for 4 consecutive years. And what has kept us in that status is we do still have some districts that have continued to be in what they call continuing noncompliance. We are hopeful that a few of those districts will be exiting that status relatively soon, and we had actually hoped to get word before this meeting that we are now in the meets requirements category. We believe that that's coming, and we hope to get that word soon, and when we do, we'll certainly report that back to you. But we're hoping to be able to see that progress realized. The next slide just shows a breakdown of how that compares to other states. You'll see the number of states that are in each category for meets requirements, needs assistance, and are in those other categories. And again, we're in the category, if you go down and you see the number 9, there are 8 other states in addition to Louisiana that have been in needs assistance for 4 consecutive years. This next slide shows the number of LEAs in each determination category. After states get their determination, then we are required by law to issue determinations for each of our LEAs. And there's actually a statewide group of stakeholders that recommends the criteria that are used to make those LEA determinations. Although these criteria are not mandated by federal regulation, there are some minimum criteria that they require that we have, and so we certainly use that in this determination. And you can see that over time, from 2008 to 2010, we have had more of our, slightly few of our districts meeting the requirements. We've gone up a little, and then we went down a little, but we are focused on this to make sure that going forward we have as many districts as possible in the meets requirements category. The next slide shows the districts that have had continuing non-compliance. You'll see that 10 districts are currently under an ICAP, which is an intensive corrective action plan. And the most common issues that these districts have had relate to IDEA discipline procedures, updating students' IEPs, and providing IEP services. We are continuing to follow up with these districts to ensure that they correct the findings that have been issued so that they are able to exit ICAP status. And we have, if you would like that at a later date, we have a summary of exactly what the findings have been by district. If that's something that you would like, we can certainly provide that to you. After 2 years of continued noncompliance, districts are required to get a special consultant to oversee their progress in addressing the areas of deficiencies. Excuse me, our special guests are calling in. I will try to go through this rather quickly so that we give them the full time that they have. So you'll see here that East Baton Rouge Parish and St. Landry have special consultants because of the continued noncompliance that they've had in a couple of areas. St. Landry is making significant progress, and we are expecting that they will be able to exit their ICAP soon. And then Caddo and Jefferson are also under ICAPs, but theirs is a little different. That was actually part of a negotiated settlement agreement in response to a formal complaint. In these next slides, we summarize briefly some of the things that we are doing. You know, I mentioned a few minutes ago that a certain portion of the IDEA funds stay at the Department of Education for us to run our data systems, our special education reporting system, and also for us to deliver assistance and to provide various forms of support to the districts for students with disabilities. I'll highlight just a few of these. We used to have all of our special education staff within the Office of Federal Programs, and as part of the reorganization, we have actually sent some of those staff members into our critical goal offices so that they can work directly with STEM, literacy, and college and career readiness, so that as they are attempting to improve student achievement in those content areas, that our special education staff can be working directly with the general education staff, because we know that students are taught in those classes a lot of times in the general education setting, and we want to make sure that that's occurring and occurring well, and that their needs are being met in those classrooms, and we feel it's important to integrate those activities. So we've been focused on that and working very closely with those goal offices. We have also implemented a special education hotline this past December, and we've received over 200 inquiries since we opened that hotline up from all over the state. Parents that have questions about services for their children, questions about access to services and access to schools. They can also file an informal complaint through that hotline, or they can be advised of their rights if they wish to file a formal complaint. So we feel like that's been a great communications tool to assist parents in knowing what their rights are and knowing what steps to follow if they have an inquiry or a complaint. We also use our state set-aside money to support a lot of other initiatives to support teachers, to give them the guidance and the training that they need for helping students with disabilities, and also partnering with groups like Families Helping Families to help inform parents. This next slide is just a continuation of some of those projects that we have underway. One thing that I'll highlight on this list is we are now using a portion of that state set-aside money to support a high-risk pool. And this is almost $2 million that we have set aside for districts to be able to apply to get assistance in paying for services for students that they have been able to demonstrate that they are spending 3 times more than the average special education student, because we know that some of these services are particularly expensive, and this is something that we are offering to districts for them to be able to apply to access some of this money to help them with those expenses. And we have collected applications. We'll be reviewing those soon so that districts will have access to that money by the time school starts this fall. So we're very happy to be able to provide that. We're also increasing capacity in the Department of Education on special education. We're excited to have someone from the Broad Center come and join us as a Broad Fellow. If you're familiar with that program, you know that we get some very talented individuals that have a lot of expertise in different areas come in and hit the ground running, and we are going to have one person joining us next month, and she will be focused on special education. So we're very excited to have her expertise, and we expect to see a lot of benefit from that. How are we doing on time, Donna? We're doing okay? I'll skip over to some policy considerations today. As was mentioned earlier, we are not requesting any certain action, and that's not what we do through these policy forums, but rather we bring certain items to the board's attention to familiarize board members with these issues and to bring to light some areas that we feel warrant some further discussion. And so these are items, again, we are not making any policy recommendations today, but these are some areas that we would like to take some time to study a little more over the next year, and they could result in some recommendations being made. But to jump right in, we feel it's important to really look at how we're spending these funds that are meant to support students with disabilities, to make sure that we are spending money smarter, and to the extent that we are able to continue to comply with federal requirements. We want to explore the option to be able to reduce some of the compliance requirements and reward those districts that are doing well, that are complying with state and federal law, and they are seeing academic gains for their students with disabilities. We believe that we should be able to have some incentives in place and to be able to reward them for that success. And on the flip side, if districts are continuing to not be in compliance and not show those academic gains, we may want to explore some additional accountability that needs to be in place to ensure that those students are being served well. We also want to look at our accountability system. As I mentioned earlier, as we look at the data, if we notice that there are some areas that raise red flags, or if we believe that there may be unintended consequences in some of our policies around testing and accountability, we may want to revisit some of that to make sure that we are serving students with disabilities to the best of our ability, that they are being provided with access to the most rigorous programs. If that's what they want to pursue and they're capable of pursuing those, we certainly want to make sure that those are options that are available to them. And then, possibly, again, on the flip side, if there are districts that are continuing to be non-compliant and not showing academic gains, we may want to consider providing more public school options within that district for those students to be able to access a quality education and quality services. We also believe that we should be exploring more collaborative work between districts and our ability to facilitate that. If a group of districts, say in a region, want to come together to be able to procure services, to get outstanding professional development or technical assistance, we believe that there's a role to be played by the Department of Education in helping to bring them together and facilitate that as much as we can to support those efforts. And then finally, as we move forward with work on educator effectiveness, we believe that special education should definitely be a part of that, to make sure that as we are developing new evaluations, that we consider the extent to which our students with disabilities are seeing academic gains, to make sure that our delivery of professional development is one that pairs those who have demonstrated their effectiveness with those that are still struggling. Right now we have a program that delivers that type of professional development, but we pair those that are experienced with those that are not experienced. And while that's good, I think we also need to take the next step of making sure that we're pairing those that have demonstrated effectiveness with those that are not as effective. So that's a change that we're looking to make in that program. We also want to encourage and support the use of technology and developing students' IEPs and just in the entire service delivery model and how we service students with disabilities, and working not only with our schools but also with the colleges of education to make sure that our teachers and our special education coordinators are aware of all of the tools out there using the world of technology to reach students with disabilities and to be able to more effectively serve them. And so with that, we'll go to the next section of our presentation, which is a presentation by some special guests from Florida. Donna and I had the great pleasure of visiting the University of Central Florida and Lockheed Martin a few months ago, and we learned of just some amazing things that are happening with using technology to assist students with disabilities. And we said we have to come back and share this with the board and with districts. And we actually have some activities planned tomorrow for district personnel, superintendents, special education coordinators, technology coordinators, to be able to come and see this firsthand as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to Donna and let her introduce our special guest, and we'll get started.
Is this the big surprise?
This is the big surprise.
Good afternoon. Good morning. It's still morning. It's my pleasure. Are we hooked yet, Alan? Okay, good. It's my great pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Lisa Diker. And Lisa is a professor at the University of Central Florida, and she also serves as the director of Lockheed Martin Mathematics and Science Academy. And so, as Erin said, we went to Florida. We went to the University of Central Florida and also to Lockheed Martin, and we were just blown away at the technology that they're using to train teachers. And so, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa because she's going to give you an overview of what you're about to see. Lisa, are you there? There she is. Can you hear me, Lisa? I can see you. Almost. I think we're... Here we go. So, yes. Let me just tell you a little bit more about Lisa. She has a passion for how technology, and specifically virtual classrooms, can be used for teacher preparation. And she works with the teacher preparation program at the University of Central Florida, and I think we've just connected to Lisa and the Avatar Virtual Classroom.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lisa.
So how's the weather there? Welcome to Orlando.
It's hot.
Hot. Same here. Looking to rain. Well, thank you for the introduction. And what we're going to be sharing with you is a little bit of our virtual classroom. But let me give you just a 1-minute background introduction to where we're at. We're actually at the University of Central Florida in the College of Education. You may or may not be familiar with the University of Central Florida. We are the second largest university in the United States. We have over 56,000 students. We are nowhere near Disneyland, or Disney World. We're much closer to the NASA Space Coast. And we were founded on technology. So we are one of the leaders in the world for simulation and training. And as a professor in education, one of the first things I said when I arrived here is, wow, I would really like to have an opportunity to use some of that for teacher preparation. And so those of you who are educators in the audience today will clearly understand that when you put engineers and educators together, you create new problems. Because we want things that are highly interactive, and they often have, multi-billion-dollar solutions to what might be a $5 problem. And so what you're going to see today, though, is really the opposite, a really interdisciplinary, what we like to call a transdisciplinary process, where computer science, engineering, education, corporate America has all gotten together and said, let's try to solve a problem. And one of the things we're trying to do here is let our teachers really mess themselves up before we let them turn on to real students. So one of the rules we have in our environment here is that the only harm that can be done, or that there's never a student that can be harmed in our environment. Our students aren't real, yet our teachers see them as real. So the best way to do this, and this is our agenda, is we're actually going to show you a little bit of a teacher in the environment. She's going to be standing to the side because we don't want you to only see her back. Normally she would be standing face to face to the students, so you can see a little bit of the interactivity. Then we're going to give you the chance to just talk for a few minutes with our virtual kids about anything you want. You can ask them about Louisiana, you can ask them about the weather, you can actually ask them about sports activities, all kinds of wonderful things, and they will answer. And then we'll give you a little more information after you see the lesson and you get a chance to talk to them. So we have Stacey Harden with us. She's one of our teachers here at the University of Central Florida, and she's going to be reading to them a story, which we do a lot of short reads in here, and then I'll talk a little bit more about how we use the environment. So Stacy, we'll let you demo and introduce our kids. Before Stacy starts, I'll just do a quick introduction. We have standing here, and then we'll let the students talk to you here in a minute. We have our student Monique. We have our student Francis. We have our student Maria. We have our student Marcus and our student Vince. And these are 5 students based on long psychological work of middle school students. So they'll have some very true characteristics of real middle school students. So we'll let Stacy take it away and read a little bit of a book to them. Good morning, class. Good morning. How's everybody doing today? I did good. How are you doing? I'm doing wonderful, Monique. Maria, how are you doing back there? Good. Vince, are you doing okay today? Oh yeah, I'm doing good. Wonderful. Marcus, how are you? Yeah, I'm all right. How are you doing? I'm doing wonderful. Francis, how are you? I'm good. Good. Remember yesterday we were learning about beginning, middle, and end in story. So today I want to read you a book, and we are going to try to identify the beginning, the middle, and the ending of a story. Monique, did you have a question?
Should we say it when it's the beginning or the end, or are we just going to be thinking it?
If you could just think it, and then after I read, then we will talk about it. Is that okay with you? Okay. Wonderful. All right, today we're going to be reading What Do You Do with a Tale Like This? Okay, by Steve Jenkins and Robin Page. Animals use their noses, ears, tails, eyes, mouth, and feet in very different ways. See if you can guess which animal each part belongs to and how it is used. At the back of the book, you can find out more about these animals, and we're going to take a look at that. What do you do with a nose like this? Do you guys see the noses here? Yeah. So what about this long gray nose? What do you think you would do with a nose like this?
That's an elephant nose.
Well, what would you do with it, Monique?
I don't have an elephant nose.
You're right. You're right. Maybe one of your classmates could help you. Marcus, what do you think?
We'll probably smell it with it.
Probably, because that's what we do with our noses, right?
Yeah.
Right. Maria, what do you think we would do with a long gray nose like this?
Stuff.
Grab stuff? Wow, yeah, maybe, possibly. Francis, what do you think?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, that's okay. We'll find out later. Thanks, class. I'm going to stop right there. Yes, Monique?
Okay.
Is that okay? We're going to stop right there, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So what we wanted to do is just show you some beginning interactivity. We would love someone at your environment to ask some questions and see if they can respond. So who'd like to speak with them?
We have a state board member who is going to do a little lesson with the class.
Wonderful. So you kind of saw how it worked. And again, names if you need them. Maria, Marcus, Vince, Francis, and Monique. And we can help you with names if you need them, but we'll turn it over to you to talk away.
Thank you. This is Miss Glennie Lee Bouquet, and she's going to come and introduce herself to the class.
All right. Did you hear that, class? Could you say the name one more time?
Before we begin, it's a different lineup than I saw yesterday. Would you repeat who is where?
Yes, we have Maria, we have Marcus, we have Vince, we have Francis, and we have Monique.
Right. Okay.
Welcome to our class.
Well, good morning, class. This is such a special day, and do you know why it's special? It's special to me because I am here with you, and I came all the way from Louisiana just to be with you today and to talk with you about certain things. Do you know where Louisiana is? Anybody? Yes? Where is it?
It's in the south.
It's in the south?
Like Texas, right?
You're right. And have you ever heard of New Orleans? Hey,
Yeah.
Francis, what about you? Have you ever heard of New Orleans? And Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Saints play. Everybody knows New Orleans.
Absolutely. And Vince, I understand you like music. Can you play any music that would sound like the jazz from New Orleans?
Oh, no, I'm not that good.
No beat today. All right. And Maria, have you ever been to New Orleans? No. Well, we're going to talk about it, but not that much today. But I wanted you to know that that's where I'm from. And the other reason I think it's going to be a special day is because I think you and I are going to have a lot of fun together. What I want to do today is to talk about the country of England. Have any of you ever heard of the country of England? Remember what you've been seeing on TV, everybody, when you saw the wedding? Who saw the wedding? Anybody?
I did. It was so pretty.
Well, Monique, did you think you might like to be a princess?
Oh, yeah, because it was so cool. I mean, they just, like, everybody, it was, like, all together, and they had, like, horses and stuff, and, like, all those crazy hats. It was so cool.
You're absolutely right. We would all like to be there. And Maria, you like to draw. I'd like you today to, I'd like to go close to, they can't get up and move, audience, but I have to tell them this. I want to go close to her and say, Maria, I understand you like to draw. Would you like to draw a picture for us today and try to pretend that Marcus is Prince William and that Monique is Kate? And then I think you could draw yourself as the bridesmaid who is carrying the veil. Could you do that for us today? I understand you really are good at drawing, so let's just try it. It'll be fun. You can even do it with stick figures. And Francis, as I walk around to Francis, you speak well, and I think I'd like you to take the part of the Archbishop. Now, Marcus is going to take the part of Prince William, and Monique, of course, you are going to take the part of the princess.
Yay! That's my favorite.
Yeah, I figured that would happen. So, as we talk about it, though, we have to understand why this is different and why the world was looking at England. First of all, where is England? Marcus? Do you know where it is?
Yeah, it's like in Europe or something.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Say that again?
Oh, yeah, it's in like Europe.
Yeah, well, England is across the ocean, and they have a king and a queen, and their children are princesses, and they live in Buckingham Palace. Do you remember seeing pictures of that, Francis? Pictures of the big palace?
Is that where the people like dress funny with like big furry hats?
That's where they live, and part of the time anyway. And that's where, if you went over to visit England, you would go look at that house. Is there anything in our country that relates to that? You know, we often think of our president as being our royalty, and his children growing up in our big White House. It's not a castle, but it is what we in America look at for our president. And his wife could be a queen, and his children could be princesses. Would you like to ever visit the White House?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. And if we can't visit it in person, next time I come, I'm going to bring pictures of the White House. So, and we can pretend that we're walking through it, right? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so now, do you have a tiara on your head? Monique, can you pretend that?
So if I was a princess and I have a tiara.
Well, let's pretend that you and Marcus are getting married, and Francis, as the Archbishop, is going to say the words. Okay, Francis, you are going to have to say the I do parts. You're going to have to say, will you take this woman as your lawful wedded wife? How
Okay.
can you?
Marcus, you said we need to be your lawful wedded wife. No.
All right, Marcus has said no. What would happen then? We're going to pretend you didn't say that, Marcus. Okay, now, ask Monique if she will take him to be her lawful wedded husband.
Monique, will you say Marcus to be your lawful wedded husband? Well, I thought I got to marry the prince. So, like, if he's a prince, I'd say that.
Well, you know, since he didn't want to take you, I think we ought to turn and look at the other prince. Vince?
What was the question?
Vince, you are the other prince. So, Monique could marry you instead, since Marcus doesn't want to be a prince.
Oh, okay.
Wouldn't that be fun? All right, and now, Maria, how are you coming with your picture? Are you drawing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have another guest and a surprise for you today. The president of my board from Louisiana is here, and I'm going to ask her to come in and speak to the class for just a moment. And she lives north of a lake called Lake Pontchartrain. It's a beautiful, great big lake, and she works with me in Louisiana. She knows a lot about hurricanes, too, if you want to think about that. Meanwhile, I want Vince to just keep thinking about what it would be like to be the prince who is going to rule the country of England, because Marcus doesn't want to be a prince. How about that? You could be a king.
Am I sitting here? Supposed to be front. Should I sit here? Good morning, class.
Good morning.
I am so happy to be here with you and to participate in this lesson with Ms. Buquet. Ms. Buquet and I, along with the other board members, work very closely together, and we are really excited about being with you today. Where are we with our picture, Maria? Are you ready to show us anything?
I'm still working on the details, but it's almost done.
Okay, we're looking forward to seeing it. And Ben, are you thinking about what it would be like to be the King of England?
Oh, yeah, I'll make all kinds of changes. Like, you wouldn't have to do homework or anything if you're the king.
Do you think that it would be a lot of responsibility?
Oh, yeah, if you had to, like, be in charge of everything, that'd be a lot of responsibility.
What would be one of your jobs that you would enjoy the most? What can you imagine that would be something that you would really enjoy about being the King of England?
Oh, you wouldn't have to, like, do stuff that people, like, told you to do.
That's true.
You wouldn't have to, like, take out the trash or anything.
Someone else will do that for you now. You will be making.
Yeah.
You will attend a lot of important events, and you will be asked to make some very big decisions. How do you feel about making big decisions that affect so many people?
Oh yeah, I could do that.
You can do that? Well, that's good to hear. I think you might be ready to be king. Monique?
Yeah.
Monique? Are you there with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Well, are you getting prepared for your big day? To be married?
Well, it's not like for real.
Well, now, do you understand that after the wedding, then you would assume some big responsibilities also? You would have...
Yeah, like you gotta do like all the charity stuff.
That's correct.
Like, you know, all that kind of thing.
That's right. And everyone will be watching everything you do. And they will be looking up to you.
Like forget to like you wear a dirty shirt or something, because then like everybody would know.
Yes, you have to pay attention to everything you do, because people will be looking up to you, and they will, they trust you, and they will be asking you to make decisions that are best for them. Are you ready for that big responsibility?
Well, I mean, like I guess so.
Okay. Ms. Buquet, what do you propose would be the next step in this lesson?
All right, the next step, I think, would be to have a principal from a school in Louisiana come down. I think she would really enjoy seeing you. Her name is Miss Bradford, and so we'd like her to come. She has been in the classroom and just loves to work with children. But while we're waiting for her, let's have a little review of our lesson. First of all, England is a country across the ocean. Birmingham Palace is where who lives? Francis? Who lives in
Palace?
Who lives there?
Was it Birmingham Palace or Buckingham Palace? I'm confused.
Lisa, before our principal comes on, would you identify the special abilities of these students?
Yeah,
Special
all of the
disabilities.
students are really, at this point in time, capable students in the classroom. But when we use the system, we now have 10 universities using this across the United States. And each university does something a little bit different with it. So, for example, we do some read-alouds. We're doing a lot of work in algebra in this environment. But when this environment is used in Utah, the color of the students change. We have 5 new students that we're creating, and Utah is actually working with one of the students that we don't have in the system right now, Austin, who has autism. And so we actually changed the look of Francis, and he actually no longer tracks the teacher and has some repetitive behaviors. And he actually has autism in the system when Utah is using the system. We're working on a new student that will transform Monique into a new personality. And when the system is used in Utah, also they're working on having her be Mandy, and so that we can change. And our dream is in the next, 2 to 4 years, we would have 200 kids, and you would pick and say, in my school, we have, more girls than we have boys. We have more second language students with French as their language, and we would then populate the environment with the avatars that look like your classroom in your school. And so we're doing lots of different things, and each university is doing its own different kinds of research. So we're happy to let you keep teaching. We're happy to answer questions, so feel free to let us know where you'd like to go next.
Good morning, boys and girls. My name is Mrs. Brown.
Good morning.
Good morning, Monique. This is a very exciting thing. You're such a good class, and I'm so happy to be here this morning. I understand you were talking about England and the wedding. And Maria, you were drawing a picture.
Yeah.
It's exciting. Maria, have you finished your picture yet? Are you ready to share?
Almost.
Please show us. We can't wait to see it.
Okay.
All right. Are you showing us your picture?
Oh, so I still have to put in some details.
Okay, very good. Well, we'll look forward to seeing it then. Now, when we talk about England being in Europe and across from the United States, they're very different from us. Can you think of one way they're different? We've already talked about one this morning.
Oh, yeah, they talk funny.
Well, they do talk differently from us. Do you think they would think we talked funny?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, I agree. What's another way that they might think that we're different? Yes, Monique?
Well, like, their country is, like, really small, so it's, like, a lot of different people over here.
That's a very good
So, like, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. They are smaller than we are. And what's an advantage that we have being a larger country? Can anybody think of that?
Well, yeah, we're bigger, so we got more money.
Well, yes, and that's true. And I think you all are just outstanding to be able to come up with all of these wonderful differences. Now, can you think of a way that we're the same? Yes, Monique?
Well, we both speak English.
Yes, we talk differently, but we do speak the same language, so we can understand one another. Well, you're a great group of students, and I am so happy to have been here this morning. And I thank you for all your participation. Is there anything that you'd like to ask me about Louisiana? Yes, Monique.
What's your favorite part of Louisiana?
Oh, that is such a hard question, but a very good question. My favorite part of Louisiana is that we're so different, and we have New Orleans, and we have a big party called Mardi Gras, where we have parades, where people ride on floats and throw exciting prizes like beads and doubloons, and you would enjoy that, I feel sure. That was a great question.
That sounds so cool.
It is so cool, and I hope that you'll come and visit Louisiana one day and take part in the Mardi Gras. Anyone else have a question? If go ahead, Marcus.
So how do you think the Saints are going to do this year?
Well, you know, I'm with
There's
you,
a lot
Marcus.
of them now.
I want them to be a Super Bowl champs this year. But, you know, I don't know, but we sure do have some good players, don't we? Who's your favorite player on the Saints?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I guess you got to go with Drew Brees because he's quarterback, so that's pretty cool.
Good choice. Good choice. Marnique, did you have a question?
I was wondering, like, if you went to Louisiana, like, is there stuff, like, you should bring?
Well, that's a good question, and it kind of would depend where you were going in Louisiana. But one thing I would tell you, in Louisiana at this time of the year, probably kind of like Florida, you better bring some cool clothes and an umbrella. Sometimes we get rain in the afternoon. Well, you have been outstanding. So I thank you for letting us come and visit with you and learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. This is so cute.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford and Ms. Buquet. As you can see, board members, this is just an amazing opportunity for us to be able to use this type of technology to train teachers that are currently in our teacher preparation programs, to serve students with exceptionalities in the traditional classroom, as well as a tremendous opportunity for us to be able to deliver some professional development to teachers that are already in the classroom and may need to to go through some additional training and professional development opportunities in a setting where they're not disrupting their students, but they can go to something like this and receive some really exceptional training. So at this time, I guess we'll open it up for any questions. Does anyone have any questions for Lisa or the staff there? This is certainly something that we would love to explore bringing to Louisiana and being able to partner with our districts to make this available to them and to our colleges of education.
It's not a question, but it's just a comment.
Ms.
I mean,
Bradford.
this is a phenomenal way for use not only in the area of special ed, but I would think even in helping regular ed become more familiar with student behaviors and populations and things like that. Phenomenal, just a phenomenal mechanism.
And I'd like to thank Lisa for not having a terribly disruptive class. That's what I was most worried about.
We are capable of putting you in tears. We were in here yesterday and watched a young lady cry, but we are way too nice to do that to our friends in Louisiana.
But you want us to want this program, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and we can crank up the chaos. So each of our students, on top of having this live interactivity that you saw, they each have 6 tertiary behaviors that we can be cranking up. And the reason we didn't do any of that, or very little, you heard the giggles and that kind of stuff, once one student starts to misbehave, just like in a real classroom, they all kind of go together, and artificial intelligence makes those behaviors ratchet up. And we didn't want a bad word to come across at your board meeting or anything along that line. So, because once those start, then sometimes they just continue to escalate, just like you'd see in a real classroom until we have our teachers take a break. Then they can come back in the environment, and it resets itself. And unlike real middle school students, if you have adolescents at home, these kids forgive us every day. So they reset themselves, and you get to start over.
Thank you. That was Mr. Garvey.
How many colleges or universities are using this program now?
Currently, we have memorandums of understanding, excuse me, with several universities. The longest term user at this point has been Utah State. We have Clemson. It's a SIM Hub Center in South Carolina that's using it. We have West Virginia University's in its second year, Western Michigan University. We're working on our final agreement with University of Kansas. We have a total of 10 in-process MOUs, and we have 6 others that are signing on. And the beauty is that we're hoping to have a large symposium here. We've been talking with several foundations to do that, so that each university is doing something different with the system, and hopefully we can synergize that so that we can all learn and use. So for example, the avatars that Utah's paid for, West Virginia can now borrow. And so it's really this having synergistic work across universities to move simulation and training into teacher preparation. But we do have 10, and we'd be happy to share that list if you'd like them.
And how's the feedback from the university?
The feedback is no one has ever not asked us to continue. Matter of fact, the opposite keeps happening. Is we have a limited capacity. We call each of our universities right now a beta site. And so right now those 10 are the ones, and we're looking for the next 10 to install. The feedback has been teachers see it as very real. We actually tested it with 60 master teachers before we started using it with anyone else. The feedback is it simulates a real classroom. They have the same emotions in here, and they can really work on some isolated skills. We can decouple that content and pedagogy, so you can work on your intro to your lesson, making sure students understand balancing equations, get that down to perfection, and come back. So they're finding it to be, as we are, very, very helpful. We've been using it, I'm looking at my team, 3 years, and probably have over 2,000 teachers that have gone through this environment in some way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very much like industry, because that's where I come from. We do a lot of simulation, so I understand the simulation. What I guess I'm having the most difficulty with today is, so from a board perspective, what is it that we're trying to do? What do you all want for us to do as a board?
What we wanted you to do was just to get a look and feel for this type of technology. What we are hoping to do is to be able to put this type of technology, this type of environment in some of our regional technology centers, so that school systems can access it, as well as maybe in a university. If we can get some interest from universities, tomorrow is going to be the big day where we have universities and our special education coordinators, our technology coordinators from around the state. They're going to come in. They're going to hear a presentation from Brian Setzer, who is going to talk about the use of technology for students with disabilities, and then we're going to present this as a way that we can get teachers trained. And so we just wanted the board to know and understand what we're doing, so that you could understand it and possibly support it.
Will the technology that is that we're seeing here today, will it be a part of professional development?
Yes.
I mean, how do you plan to
What we're, similar to the way that they're doing it in the University of Central Florida, we could have it for districts to use for say new special education teachers or regular education teachers that maybe experience some difficulty in working with students with disabilities, and they could use it as a one-on-one to help those teachers to get better. As we get the new evaluation system in place, we could identify teachers that need some extra assistance, and we could use this technology to really help those teachers along.
The classroom setting that we're looking at is a self-contained classroom. Okay, what is our...
This is actually if you don't mind, this is actually a general education classroom. It only has 5 students because what we've learned is 5 is the number that teachers need to kind of practice their skills. Because you don't normally, we could put 25 more students in here, but normally 5 at a time. This is not a self-contained classroom, it's a general education classroom. And when we do add a student with a disability, it is an inclusive setting.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, I didn't get that impression. Thank you very much. Erin, I had some other questions, but it's not about the presentation. Do I need to ask them now?
And I apologize that we had to go through the first presentation rather quickly, and we do want to make sure that we have some time for questions.
We can do that, Ms. Johnson. I think we should, since we're in the middle of this module, let's try to this part of the policy form, let's try to stay on this, and then we'll have an opportunity, Ms. Johnson, to come back. Any other BESE members have any questions or want more information on this presentation, this part? Okay, I'm not seeing any. This was extraordinary, very, I think, enlightening. I think it raises a lot of questions, but it also just points to some real opportunities out there in using technology and teacher preparation and teacher, remediation kind of programs. So.
Ms. Destu?
Yes, sir.
I do have one other question. The answers that the students come up with, is this a program similar to the program that was written for the computer that took on the Jeopardy contest? And was there collaboration between you and the team that did the Jeopardy?
We wish.
You're laughing, and I really didn't mean it as a joke. I was really serious.
No, and it's a great question, and we were waiting for that question. It's a wonderful question, and as they can share from their visit here, what you will be most surprised, and that's kind of the last thing I wanted to share with you, this is one of the reasons the universities all call into us like you are today through Skype, is there's actually a human in the loop, and one person is acting as all 5 of those students. And that person has a high level of training, a Master's of Fine Arts degree, in psychology, technology, interaction, and it's a specific kind of a degree that is at the University of Central Florida. And so it allows for the greatest secret behind this is that this can change in 2 minutes because you don't have to write new code and reprogram it. It has the plasticity to be anything you would like for it to be. So that was extremely insightful on your part to know there had to be some technology there. What we found is teaching is such a high level of art that you cannot program for everything possible because, as you will mention, in Jeopardy, that took multiple years for that computer to be ready. This allows us to be ready in a second. And that's really from some of our work with corporate America, understanding the dynamics here. We've been able to put an interactor in the loop to make us have prototypes move fast and quick. So it's a great question.
It only takes one person to do 5 students, you find?
Yeah, yes, actually today you were talking to one person, correct, Monique?
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions.
Are there any other questions or comments? Otherwise, we're going to just express our thanks and appreciation for your time and today, and we wish you well.
Well, thank you. And our just last closing thought, we are now using this to help interview our students with disabilities for employability skills. So that question led us to that ability to change the scenario. We just have to change the avatar and the interactor can go there. So thank you so much for your time, and we look forward. If you have any further follow-up questions, please let us know. We're happy to answer them. We really enjoy the collaboration and look forward to working with you at some point.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Buque, for leading us through this.
All right, thank you. Bye, class.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if next month at our next meeting, if the department could come back and tell us how things went yesterday and what universities might have shown interest, or, you know, what the progress has been after and development over the summer.
Yeah,
That was,
I think that's an excellent idea. I'm sure you can find a place in the agenda to be able to give us some feedback on this.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So
And
how much?
wait, one last thing.
Sure.
I'd like you to be sure to send to all the board members the piece that you had sent me to introduce me to this, because there's a link there that tells you a lot more about what's going on and how the one person acts and the training they've had and all that. So if you send that to them, they'll be able to go online and learn a whole lot more.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Are we going to have public comment on this?
We have 2 comment cards. What I would prefer to do is finish with the presentation, and then, like I said at the beginning of this meeting, we will have public comments after the presentation. That way you'll have the full benefit of this forum. But we will be hearing from them,
I
yes.
wanted to make sure we got input from
I have it.
our representatives. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Benderly?
Thank
We're back
you.
on.
Thank you. And again, board members, I apologize that we had to rush the initial presentation because we had to make sure to stay on time with our guests from Florida that had dialed in. But we got through the presentation. I know we presented a lot of data in a very short amount of time. Certainly, we are available to respond to any questions you may have about what we presented. And for each of those slides, there's a deeper level of data and analysis that we would be happy to share with you on any of those items, whether it's testing of students with exceptionalities, whether it's identification, you know, the entry or exit into special education. We can certainly provide you with more data and more analysis on those points, but we really just wanted to provide that brief introduction to a very large issue that we are focused on, and let you know that you know, we are very much paying attention to that data and considering how we might be able to modify some policies going forward to make sure that we are doing everything possible and aligning the work that we are doing across the agency, as we are focused on these non-critical goals, to ensure that we are also focused on students with exceptionalities meeting those goals, and that we support districts in being able to do that. So at this
Ms.
point,
Benderly, would it be possible to email your PowerPoint to BESE members?
Absolutely.
To everybody, not only the ones that are here today. So,
Absolutely.
there was I think, a very important slide, and it showed this really serious increases in the percentage of students or number of students, I don't remember, who are now taking the Law 2 assessment. That is the kind of that's the kind of item that most board members really want, I would imagine would want some a response to once you
Sure.
delve into the whys of that. And so I would hope that we would see some type of response. What time frame is reasonable to?
Well, we pulled this data together over the past week. Now that we've gone through it and we've made some red flags, we would like to consult with our delivery unit and have them help us do some analysis on that. And so we'll be working with them and the content experts in each of those areas to try to figure out why that's occurring, and where there may be some unintended consequences there.
Okay.
So I would hope that possibly within the week, we can really
Okay,
be able to
we'll
drill
see
down
something
on
in
that.
August. Mr. Garvey.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, there was some action that BESE took. I don't remember the exact details, and I was concerned that the action was going to result in an increase of, and talking about unintended consequences, increase of students pushed into the Law 2 category that really didn't need to be in the Law 2 category, but were being pushed in there in order to increase a school's school performance score. Are we watching out to make sure that that is not happening?
Well, I think that really gets to what we were just talking about. Now that we're looking at the data and looking at the trend over the past several years where we see those spikes occurring, that's causing us to say, you know, what's going on here? Is it a situation where people are recognizing that they can get more points by having students pursuing certain paths or taking certain tests? When we start to see that occurring, we don't want to rush to judgment, but at the same time, it does give us cause for concern, and we want to go in and investigate actually, you know, what's happening here, and is there a need to revisit that policy?
Please do, because I think it's a disservice. It could be a disservice to the student to have them
Absolutely.
pushed into a program that's really not appropriate for them. You may want to look at, go back 2 years and see what step it was that BESE took. I can tell you it was a vote that was, if I remember right, 10-1. I was the only one that voted against it, and I'm not sure whether that was the right thing or not. But that may help you find the issue, knowing that it was that lopsided of a vote. And I think that there are different points that you can get for your school performance score depending on whether you're a Law 1 or a Law 2. And one is you get much more points than the other. I don't know why, and I had talked to somebody in the department about maybe they should be equal so that there is no real push, push beyond the student's needs to push a student into one instead of the other. And look at that as something that maybe we need to correct.
And you're absolutely right, Mr. Garvey. There is a different number of points that you get for the GEE versus Law 1 versus the end-of-course tests. So we certainly want to see if that's something that is possibly incentivizing some behavior that we don't want to incentivize.
Thank you.
Okay. Based on the earlier presentation, are there any points of those early presentations that you would like some feedback or responses on? Ms. Johnson.
Yes. One of the questions that I have has to do with the ARR money. Has it all been distributed to the districts? Have they all applied for it and written those particular things that they had to? Over a period of
Yes,
time?
Ms. Johnson, those allocations, it was just a one-time allocation that went out in
But they had some
09-10.
stipulations on how they could get it. There was
We had each of the districts to budget those funds according to those pillars that we had Tiger teams to develop here at the department, and we've been tracking the districts in terms of how they're obligating those funds, because as of September 30th of this year, we're anticipating that for all of them to utilize those funds. And matter of fact, we're working with districts now in approving different activities to make sure that they do obligate those funds by September 30th.
It's my understanding they had to obligate the funds. They have to also monitor and track and be ready to give some kind of report on what would happen to those funds once they got them. And it was $300 and some million, as I recall. I think it was even in your presentation.
Yeah, 180.
And back when it was originally placed there was some reluctance because there were so many strings attached to how you had to use this money. So that was my concern on that. My other one follows Jim Garvey. I would like to see, so since you're going to give us more information, I would like to see the numbers of children by district and, of course, by sex and race who are now in Lot 2. Because the intent, as I appreciate it, was never for Lot 2 to increase, but for it to decrease. And, since I've been on this board, and remember, we are leading the nation. We have 11% of our population being in special ed, and I guess I'm one of the people who can't believe that we have more special people in Louisiana than they have in Illinois or any other state. I have that as a real problem. If it's in the water, we need to stop drinking it. But I would like to see what we're talking about here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any other comments before we move on to the public comment?
I have a general
Yes,
question.
Mr. Bayard.
Special ed numbers, and I have this kind of confused maybe with the SSI payments that families get for special ed ID. Is that still a problem in this state, or do y'all know anything? Like...
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Well,
Can you restate your question?
Yeah, and maybe some of our special ed folks over there can help me, but if a student is identified with us as a special ed student, is the family subsidized financially? They're not. Okay. That used to be an issue. It seemed like that was brought up years ago, and I don't even know if it still is, but my next question would be is how many of we're at 11% special ed numbers. What was our percentage 3 years ago? Is it still, was it 11 or more, or have we gone down?
Mr. Bayard, you're absolutely right. Some families who have students with disabilities, right, they do qualify for Social Security supplemental income, and that office does use the eligibility that the school district has said that this student is a student with a disability.
I'm talking about just a special, an ADHD or something. None of that is, families don't get any money for that.
Well, it would depend on how severe the disability was. I do think that you probably remember years ago, there was probably accusations of families using very mild disabilities to give SSI. I certainly don't know the data at this point. We don't have we're not linked with the data with that office, but it is for Social Security supplemental income.
But
a lot of our kids are also Medicaid eligible.
Right. Our 11% number, though, Ms. Benderly, is still 11%? 11.8. It's been that for, we have not improved on that number?
You know, what's the historical trend on that? Has that?
We actually have gone down several percentage points, best I can recall, in the last several years. We certainly are doing a lot of things to try to only have students who have real disabilities identified as such. Our whole response to intervention model is, we believe, causing a decline in the numbers and percentages of students with disabilities.
So we could conceivably be at 9% in 5 years if we keep.
We certainly could.
Would it be possible to provide board members with trends of the special ed population trends? Maybe not in August, but maybe when you have them, but you can send it through our executive director and she will forward it. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
With Mr. Bayard, I certainly hear exactly what you've heard every time I'm out and about campaigning or otherwise, people complaining about those families that are getting SSI funds and really shouldn't be. Of course, that's not exactly our area, but we hear it all the time. So if there is anything through the education division that we can do to help prevent that. I know we have a lot of people concerned.
Maybe we could have dialogue with that state agency, but we don't make the determination for SSI. The school district would only provide information with a release of information from the parent that, yes, this student is a student with a disability and this is what it is. It could be emotional disturbance, or it could be mental disability.
I understand all that.
I'm not talking about the severe cases, really.
Sure.
The severe cases
Sure.
are warranted. I was talking about some of the other cases that are not or may not be, and I know it's not in our ballpark for us to deal with it, but
No, but we can certainly work with the Department of Health and Hospitals
I'm
to
just
share
curious to
data
know.
or to be able to assist in any way that we can. And Mr. Bayard, to your earlier question, someone just brought me a copy of our state special education data profile. And in here, we do have a bullet point on one of these pages that points out that the IDEA count of students with disabilities ages 6 through 21 decreased by 2.3% from 2007 to 2008, and also decreased by 1.3% between 2008 and 2009. So it is trending downward, closer to the national average.
good. That's good.
Okay. Thank you, board members. If we're finished with questions on this special ed, I'm going to go ahead and move to the public comment. And we have Cindy Arsenault with the Special Ed Advisory Council, and then followed by Christy Cormier, who's representing, I think, herself. Is that how I'm reading the card properly? We'll start with Ms. Arsenault, who we all know.
Thank you. I know that you're very busy, and I don't want to take much time. I'm concerned about a lack of transparency and openness. The Special Ed Advisory Council, including the representative from the special education directors, is concerned that we're not notified about a variety of information. You may have noticed that in comments from school districts around Bulletin 1706, that they were talking about the need for stakeholder input. They sort of added that in at the end. I had a conversation with some representatives from LaCia this morning, which is Special Education Supervisors Association, saying that they were very concerned about not being able to get a broader stakeholder input around special education issues, so that the Special Ed Advisory Council and BESE could have a lot of input while you're trying to make decisions about policy. And so I was asked, actually, which is kind of unusual, that special ed directors would ask a parent advocate to speak for them, but indeed they did that. So I'm hoping that there's been a change in leadership, and I think that the wonderful people who are the current administration over children with disabilities in their education at the State Department of Education maybe don't have the same working relationships. Under Virginia Baradon and then under Susan Batson, we were always given a lot of information and had a good working relationship together. We were given notice about something like this, the policy forum. We were allowed to have task forces to come together and talk about, say, the revision of the state regulations. And we're being told that the Special Ed Advisory Council has to make this attempt to digest a lot of this information during a planned meeting rather than in task forces. The Special Ed Advisory Council is the state advisory panel under federal law that's required. We have a dual role. And many state advisory panels in the United States are the ones who might hold a public hearing or get broader stakeholder input. We wouldn't mind having that opportunity, but at the very least we'd like to see the department recognize the need to have more than just the members of the Special Ed Advisory Council. You certainly can't have all the representation on that council. To have some input, some looking at, reviewing these very complex regulations and giving you the best insight that we can. It certainly gives the Special Ed Advisory Council the opportunity to hear from everyone. Whether or not we all agree, we just think it's good that everyone be heard. We'd like to have that openness back again.
Thank you.
And see if we can do that.
Ms. Arsenault, I think there obviously have been changes within the reorganization of the department, and I'm going to ask Superintendent Tyler to speak to those changes and to speak to the concerns that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Arsenault. Ollie Tyler. We certainly want involvement and inclusion of all the essential stakeholders, and we have reorganized, but we want you to know that we welcome input, we welcome dialogue, and so if there is a problem, I'm going to ask staff if they will certainly speak with you, and let's see what we can do to fix the problem. Ms. Bentley is the chief of that particular office, and of course Mrs. Nolaganey works directly as an oversight assistant soup for that area, and Mr. Burnell Cook, of course, worked directly as a director. So we're going to get with you to see what the problem is and see how we can certainly address your concerns.
I think we can work it out. It's just a matter of getting that communication flowing. The only other comment that I had to make is I think it's wonderful that the people in charge of special education were able to get this on your agenda and that you were open and welcome to it. It's wonderful. I think that it has many wonderful, useful applications. The only thing is, as Ms. Johnson said, I was a little concerned that it appeared to be a self-contained class, and what I'd love to see before you is the evidence-based practices about inclusion and how least restrictive environment is happening in the state very effectively in many areas. And I believe that what I hear when teachers come to the trainings we provide for parents and others, they come on their own volition to our trainings, and they tell us that what they do need is that ongoing coaching, embedded on-site professional development, and this could be an opportunity to provide that. But we really hope that it will be the evidence-based practices that they'll see, not self-contained alone. And that the other concern I had, it seemed like the work that middle school students were doing was for much younger children. And maybe that was only because of the quick turnaround to try to get the...
It had a lot to do with the fact that I
the
didn't
BESE
have a
members.
lesson plan.
I think it may have more to do with the BESE members than the capacities of the students.
Okay. Well, thank you for hearing me
Thank
out.
you, Ms. Arsenault. As always, we're glad you're here. Ms. Cormier.
Hi, I'm Christy Cormier, and I am here today as myself, as Carly Cormier's mom. I didn't come into the room as that, but it quickly switched whenever the meeting kind of got going. And it's very odd for me to be nervous in front of you guys because I think I know you all so well. But I was just very, very offended with the presentation of the avatars. It seemed very much like a self-contained classroom. The content is something that my 9-year-old daughter did 4 years ago in school. It was just very offensive, and I don't know if just because of the avatars and the way that they were moving, if that's just the way it is, or if they were supposed to be self-stimming. And it's very, very concerning to me that as policymakers and as people at the Department of Education who guide the things that my daughter is going to have access to for the next 10 years would allow something like that that is so offensive to families.
I wasn't in charge of that, but I will tell you that when I was asked to do this, it was because the main presentation to educators and to higher ed folks is tomorrow. This is our little policy section. We didn't even know you would be here. The whole intent, I'm taking words out of your mouth perhaps, was just for BESE to see what others were looking at. And as I told the staff at the time, my own children don't, not my children, my puppy doesn't listen to me. I don't know what I was going to do if things got disruptive. And, you know, so they were trying to make it very simple for the simple minds up here, not to be insulting.
And I do understand that.
You know, you really ought to go tomorrow and see the real thing, not the.
And I do understand that, but I do have a concern with something that you just said, is that you didn't know we would be here.
Oh well, I mean, it's
you know, that kind of lends to the
Let's talk about what the policy forums are. The policy forums were built into a reduced agenda so that BESE could really spend some extra time learning and about what is going on, some new practices, and also what is happening with our data. And special ed was one of the topics that the board said that they wanted some information on. It's very, very important to us. But it is so that we will hopefully make better informed decisions. It is not a public forum. This is really about the board taking some time within our structure to make ourselves more informed. So if it were a public forum, by all means, that it would have been a different outreach. So please know that you're always welcome. Our meetings are public, but that this is really for the benefit of the board members to become better informed policymakers.
I thank you for saying that. I really do.
And I'm not sure that that's been articulated well.
Right. Maybe it hasn't.
You were not excluded from
yeah. Okay. But I would hope that, you know, all of the years of hard work that we have done, that you would recognize us as someone that you would want some input from when you're talking about.
We absolutely do. This was
that's
not
all we're asking
policy
for.
being voted
right.
on.
Yes, ma'am. I
and
understand.
There's no actions today.
I understand.
Okay.
I did have just a couple other things. I am concerned about the model of the avatars. I do think that, first of all, it doesn't replicate an inclusive classroom.
Okay.
It didn't seem that way to me, and we had to get clarification on that. And I would hope that it wouldn't be something that would have to be clarified in the beginning for teachers. The great thing about inclusion and what you hear all the time is you can walk into a regular classroom and not be able to identify the kids with disabilities. In this case, you couldn't identify the kids who didn't have disabilities. My second thing is it doesn't give the teacher those skills for classroom management, like the physical prompting of, you know, let's paint the going and putting the techniques of the hand on the shoulder.
In the real life, it does. They couldn't do that here today with this. Again, if you will go tomorrow, you will see a whole different kind of thing. This was just a concept for us.
And another thing I hope that it would include would be some things on co-teaching, because that's one of those evidence-based practices that the districts are using, that the state has put out a guide on that districts can use. I would hope that it would have something like that. And I would hope that anything that we put in front of ourselves and in front of our educators raises the expectations of students with disabilities. And we always have the least dangerous assumption of a child in a classroom. And the least dangerous assumption would be that 20 years from now, they come up with some scan, some great thing that can scan the brain and show exactly what material was held in that brain, what the child actually knew. And we find out that the kid could have got it all along, but we never put it in front of them. And it's 20 years and it's too late. So I would hope that when you're looking at things that are giving our educators support, because they do need it. They need it desperately, and they want it. I work out of a Families Helping Family Centers, and there is not one training that we put on or one conference that we do not have educators from the region that we serve that come to it because the districts are not providing it for them. So I just hope that we keep that in mind, and we also keep in mind when we're looking at the policy around the assessments that we make sure that the assessments, if we're changing any policy around it, it's because it's beneficial to the student, not beneficial to the school. We do not want to disincentivize students from continuing their educations. And if that means pulling the graduation index up, that makes it equal, and we are keeping kids on appropriate tracks of assessment, that's what we need to do, because we will never be confident in our state's scores if we think in the back of our minds school systems are putting kids in places that is not appropriate for them, and we are not getting a clear picture of them.
You've made your points very, very well today. We're appreciative that you're here, and we appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. Really do. Board members, do you have any questions? Otherwise, we're going to... Ms. Bradford.
Comment that I wanted to say that I understand your sensitivity. I appreciate your comments about the avatars. I think part of this was a simulation for us to see where technology can go, and obviously she did state that there were a lot of different avenues for the avatars and how it worked. I will tell you that when I sat here, I might have shared more of your feelings, but when I went down there and I started interacting, it became a whole different scenario. So I want to encourage you with that.
Yes, ma'am.
That it is, I think, something that certainly can always be refined.
I'll tell you about
but
that.
It was certainly a definitely different experience as the teacher in the classroom.
And I'm very aware that perception is not always reality. But sometimes
and that's just one of many tools.
Right. But sometimes perception is all that families are left with.
Yes.
And I think we've probably conversated that to death about the public perception of the State Department of Ed. So I just want to caution y'all, because I can sit in rooms and I can take a lot, but it took a whole lot for me to sit there.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate that, because like I said, when I was up here, I understand. But when you get into it, it became something different. So I just encourage you with that work.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all's
Okay,
time.
Bessie members, we're going to conclude the policy forum. I'd like to thank members of the department. This was, we are really learning how to do these policy forums, and this one's better than the last one. I'm sure the next one will be even better. We're going to break for lunch. Bessie members, just as we did last year, we're going to be having lunch with this year's fellows and interns. That was the group of young people that you saw sitting here and that just got up. They'll be joining us for lunch. They're the department's interns and fellows. This maybe Ms. Tyler could speak a little, but they're the same group of program that was done last year. It's I think Ms. Tyler could maybe explain to it. But you'll have a chance to talk to them. We had lunch with them last year. Yeah, at the same time. We will be coming back and convening the board meeting at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
It was real to you. The best of intentions. Yes.
they staying? Are they staying with us, or are they here for the
No,
summer?
ma'am, the interns just come for the summer. It's kind of like the students come in.
Yeah.
The conference recording is now resumed.
Let's see. There is Catherine. Okay, fine. Everybody ready? Board members? At this time, I would like to call the Louisiana State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education Board meeting to order. May I have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Bayard.
Here.
Mr. Bayard is present. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett is absent. Ms. Bradford.
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Bouquet. Ms. Bouquet is present. Ms. Hastig.
Here.
Ms. Hastig is present. Mr. Garvey.
Present.
Mr. Garvey is present. Ms. Givens. Ms. Givens is absent. Mr. Geis.
Here.
Mr. Geis is present. Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson is present. Mr. Lee.
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Mr. Romer.
Here.
Mr. Romer is present.
Okay, so we have a quorum. The invocation is going to be led by Monique Crow. Would you please stand?
Heavenly Father, we pray that you will give us your gift of knowledge, that we might always make the best decisions for the good of all school children in Louisiana. We pray that you give us the wisdom to know and define our tasks, the strength to build and refine educational goals, and the courage to persevere as necessary. We ask for your direction that we might make unselfish decisions for those we serve. We pray that all who are assembled here have a safe journey home. We thank you for all your past and future blessings. Amen.
Okay, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Tammy Oubre or Oob, with Point Capee Parish Schools. move to the next item. That's the approval of the agenda.
Item number 5, approval of the agenda, adding emergency agenda items 13 through 15. I'd like to read 13C into the record. Receive the resolution from Morehouse Parish School regarding its full support of the positions and goals presented by the Coalition for Louisiana Public Education in its endeavors to enhance public education in the state of Louisiana.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Buquet, and a second by Ms. Bradford. Is there any discussion on this item? Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries.
Item number 6, approval of the minutes of April 8, 2011.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Geis. Any discussion on this item? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Item number 7, notices of intent duly advertised in the March 2011 issue of the Louisiana Register and ready for final adoption. Items 1 through 11.
Is there a motion?
Move all items in global.
Okay, we have a motion to approve items 1 through 11.
Second.
Second by Ms. Bradford. Any objection to this? Hearing no objection, motion is approved.
Item 7B. Items advertised in the April 2011 issue of the Louisiana Register and ready for final adoption after July 19, 2011. Items 1 through 11. Board members, please note that public comment was received on item number 7.
Okay, is there a motion to approve items 1 through 11?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Is there a second? By Mr. Romer. Any discussion on this item? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Item number 8, report by the Acting State Superintendent of Education.
See how fast I got to you, Superintendent Tyler?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, BESE members. On behalf of the department, I'm delighted to speak to you today. So much has happened since we held our last BESE meeting in April. Also, since our last meeting, we officially welcomed John White as our new Recovery School District Superintendent in early May. But only a few weeks later, we found ourselves bidding farewell to our State Superintendent of Education, Mr. Paul Pastorek, a remarkable leader and a dear friend, not only to me and others who are present here today, but a true friend for the children he served with such devotion for almost 20 years in some capacity. While our hearts are still heavy, and we do miss Mr. Pastorek, we nonetheless recognized we owed it to him and to the children of this state to move forward with urgency so that without pause, we continue building on the momentum his leadership forged. It is a reality. Despite our notable progress over the last several years, we have so much more to do to achieve our vision to create world-class education for every child. Especially just a few weeks ago, we released the results of the spring 2011 LEAP, iLEAP, and GEE test results. The good news, more students than ever are succeeding, which confirms the reforms and strategies we're implementing in our state and they are benefiting our children. In fact, based on our most recent results, 23,000 more students have knowledge and skills they need to advance to the next grade compared to just 3 years ago. But the reality check for us is that 10 times more students, in fact more than 230,000 children, are still not at grade level. A challenge of this magnitude clearly requires a systemic approach to change and improvement. It requires the education community at every level to work cooperatively and in sync to adopt and implement best practices and proven strategies. Thankfully, for the sake of our children, that's clearly happening. Based on our spring testing results, 42 of our state's 70 school districts saw gains in the percentage of students at basic and above from 2010 to 2011. This is up from last year when 37 districts achieved those same types of gains between 2009 and 2010. The top district in the state this year, based on gains in the percentage of students at grade level and above, is East Carroll Parish, which achieved an 8% gain over last year's results. And we thought that was a very significant improvement for East Carroll. And by the way, East Carroll is working very closely with us in many of the initiatives that we are actually working with districts from the Department of Education. Likewise, as further evidence that Louisiana's reforms are on solid ground for the 4th straight year, the 5-point gain in the percentage of students performing at grade level in the RSD direct run and charter schools in New Orleans outpaced state gains. And the percentage of students at grade level grew 4 points in the RSD schools outside New Orleans. And those schools are in Caddo, East Baton Rouge, and Point Capee parishes. The increase in test scores this year is just one measure of our improvement. We're also energized that our dropout prevention efforts have yielded strong dividends. While we won't be happy until the number shrinks to 0, the number of students dropping out in grades 7 through 12 has decreased by more than 4,000 students, corresponding to about 28% decline in the state's dropout rate from 2008-2009 school year to the 2009-2010 school year. This represents the largest reduction in the history of the state since our state began tracking and reporting dropouts in 2001. In addition, Louisiana is one of only 11 states to meet 3 or more of the 5 critical college and career-ready benchmarks, according to the annual Closing the Expectations Gap report published annually by the nonprofit education organization Achieve. Louisiana is among 31 states that have developed and adopted high school academic content standards for English and mathematics that are aligned to college and career-ready expectations. Our state is one of 14 other states that has an assessment component to measure all students on college and career-ready content in English and math. And Louisiana is one of 16 states that has developed pre-K through 20 longitudinal systems allowing data collection of student progress toward college and career readiness between elementary and secondary education and post-secondary education. As further evidence that we're gaining ground on the rest of the country in terms of implementing best practices, in March at the 11th annual TAP conference, the Department of Education from Louisiana was presented with the TAP Award of Distinction, honoring organizations for distinguished accomplishments and overall implementation of the TAP system. And finally, we want to congratulate BESE member and DeSoto Parish Superintendent, Mr. Walter Lee, on his selection as one of 5 finalists for the National Superintendent of the Year Award from the National Association of School Superintendents. The award recognizes outstanding achievement as a district superintendent, demonstrated belief in continuous improvement, and commitment to collaboration and mutual support. Mr. Lee is already recognized as the longest-serving district superintendent in our state, with more than 30 years in Caddo and now DeSoto Parish. Among his achievements, the National Association lists Mr. Lee's leadership in establishing the first all-day 4-year-old pre-kindergarten program in Louisiana for at-risk children, the creation and expansion of magnet schools before choice was popular, and the implementation of a non-failure system which replaces student retention with grade-level transition classes, providing students the support they need to get back on track. And as he sits here today with us, Mr. Lee is completing his 20th or 21st year of service on the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education. Again, we want to say congratulations to Mr. Walter Lee on this tremendous honor. We've repeatedly...
Thanks, and I'm only 45 years old.
Yeah, you've done a lot in 45 years. We've repeatedly said our state is not letting up, and the measures of success and honors that I've mentioned today prove that our direction is thoughtful and our progress is not by chance. We congratulate our students and credit our educators, policymakers, families, and communities for their unwavering commitment and relentless efforts to improve our schools. At the same time, in the midst of this legislative session, with the threat of crippling budget cuts looming, we cannot forget that we still have some heavy lifting to do if we're going to give each and every one of the nearly 700,000 students who are in our public schools the world-class education that they deserve. There is indeed so much at stake as we consider the impact these potential budget cuts would have on statewide initiatives, programs that we know are providing critical and direct support to our district schools and students. And of course, as they consider these pending decisions, the department has responded aggressively to provide legislators and the administration with information and analysis about the effect of these potential reductions on our students. In the meantime, to our board members, I thank you for the heavy lifting you do on behalf of our children. Last but not least, we want to say goodbye today to Mr. Pat Weaver. After 18 years of service with the Department of Education, Pat is retiring at the end of this month in about 2 weeks. And of course, he served in several different departments, but the last 6 years of his service was spent in the Deputy Superintendent's office as the Deputy Undersecretary, first to Mrs. Carol Wallen and then to me. And he's done such an awesome, outstanding job. We want to wish him well as he goes on to enjoy the next phase of his life. We'll certainly miss him, and we want to thank Pat for his dedication to children. He's served children in the state for about 30 years. So if you will stand, Pat, and let us say happy retirement. Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to share this report. This concludes the report for the superintendent this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Tyler, you're right. We have been through some tremendous changes in the last few weeks, and I believe I speak for the entire board when I express our gratitude to you for having the courage to step up, which we had no doubt you would do, in the middle of probably the most contentious and difficult legislative session. You've been there every day advocating for our budget and advocating for our policies, for this board, for your employees, and for that, and you have done an admirable job representing the children and the Department of Education, and for that we are very, very grateful. Thank you. Board members, do anyone have any comments before we move to the next item?
I got a comment, Ms. Dastu.
Yes, ma'am.
In Ms. Tyler's report, she talked about East Carroll and the gains that they have made. Is there someone from the department looking at what they did, how they did it, and can we get some kind of information at some point in time that will talk to us about that, because it is tremendous gains, and I just would like to know what happened in it. And let me take this opportunity to do two things. One, of course, is to thank Ms. Tyler for stepping into and doing what she's doing, because it was unexpected. And anytime anything is unexpected, it is much more difficult than when it is expected. And secondly, for those of you who use social networking, which I don't, do use it to give Walter the votes from Louisiana so he becomes. We need that.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Lee needs to send us the link.
Mr. Lee, send us the link. Campaign for yourself. Board members, if I may, we've also have some changes within our BESE office, and I'd like to take this opportunity to report to you and to members in the audience some comings and goings within our BESE office. I'll start with the easy part, the coming. We are happy to welcome Soren Lagarde, who is joining the staff of BESE for 12 weeks this summer as part of the Reform Intern and Fellowship Program. For the last 3 years, Soren has taught middle school English Language Arts in St. Bernard Parish. Among the projects that Soren will be working on this summer is an online hub for submitting materials for BESE Board Week. I've had a glimpse of his work, and I can say that I believe each of you will be very impressed with what he will bring forth to our board. So welcome, Soren. We're happy to have you. 12 weeks is not a long time, but I know you'll leave your mark on the board. Secondly, I personally am very sad to announce that Brad Smith, who joined the board staff in 1999 and served as the finance and legislative specialist for BESE, announced his resignation on Monday. I did ask him to be here today, but while he did express his desire to do so, he immediately started a job on the following day with the Division of Administration. But he asked me to let you know that his final act for the board was to put out the parking cones on the parking deck for us. In Brad's capacity, he was really and truly the eyes and ears of the board at the Capitol. He offered us frequent reports about the status of critical education legislation. Brad also worked on a number of special projects, which most recently included the Student-Based Budgeting Task Force, which I chaired, we worked very close on, and redistricting, which I think Mr. Garvey and Ms. Johnson can say, I'm not sure they would have been able to get where they got without him. So I hope that you join me in wishing Brad Smith the best in his new job, and I believe we'll have the chance to see him at the Capitol. So. And then finally, we are here to bode farewell to Terry Adams, who has served the state of Louisiana for 32.5 years and has served in the BESE office for 23 years. Mr. Lee, he tells me that he was here before you.
Yeah, she's been here a long time.
Yes. Terry has worked as an AG auditor since he came to BESE, and he has helped develop the AG audit procedures that have been in use for 20 years and kept us out of trouble. Terry has traveled the state from Harrisonburg to Homer and from Tallulah to Napoleonville every year to ensure that our public school districts and independent schools are in compliance with state law, BESE policy, and the consent decree. He has spent many days on the road and many nights in hotel rooms, so we imagine that he will be very happy to spend more time with his family and friends in his retirement. Terry, it will not be the same without you. We will miss you, and we wish you well. Absolutely.
No, turn it on.
Now it's on.
Yes.
Madam President, Madam Superintendent, members of the Louisiana State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, and most of all, the greatest staff in the world.
Oh.
I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for a challenging and exciting 23 years of my total 32.5 years service of the great state of Louisiana. In 1988, I was offered a job as an auditor for a new program, the Louisiana Education Quality Trust Fund, also known as AG. Prior to 1988, I served as the Director of Auditing for a new elected Commissioner of Agriculture named Bob Odom for 5 years, and worked with the last elected state superintendent, the late Dr. Tom Clausen. I served in the MFP, budgeting, and the first reorganization of Special School District Number 1. After the 1987 election, I was at the crossroads of my career A new governor was elected, a reformer at that. He pledged to brick up the top 3 floors of the State Department of Education. Sounds familiar, Chaz? As I sat on the top floor of the old education building, the fear of asphyxiation was growing. I decided to head south. From the top floor to the first floor, I landed with BESE. After arguing constantly with the BESE board prior to my arrival, I could not believe they would select a Cajun boy from Thibodaux, Louisiana. With this new position, I was able to witness the whole transformation of the countless reorganizations of the State Department of Education. I was challenged with finding an audit trail and who was running the show. The other side of the fence, my job has taken me to every corner of this great state. I would like to say to every parish school board, special schools, private schools, charter schools, the old VOTEC schools, now technical colleges, and my beloved Diocese of the Roman Catholic Church of the state of Louisiana, thank you. A special thanks to the sisters of the churches for keeping me in focus, especially with the consent decree. I need to thank 2 board members. First, Ms. Glennie Lee Bouquet, for all my Christmas gifts and being a special class to the board. Thank you, and the Bayou forever. And second, the member I've always admired. For your leadership, to your very special thank yous to the staff. My board member, Ms. Linda Johnson. I have realized the hardest thing when facing retirement is to say bye to the staff. To Catherine, Linda, Nina, Shan, Kim, Beryl, my Southern gentleman and good friend, Brad. Robin, hold your head high. You're a smart cookie. I also would like to thank the past executive directors of the board, Ms. M. Temke, Ouija Peabody, for teaching me the high road in our love-hate relationship, and Jeanette Vosberg. To my partner in crime, my co-worker and friend, Deborah Buck. Without you, I would have never made it through this journey. Also, a very special thanks for being there during the death of both of my parents. In closing, I would like to leave you with one thought. The most effective dime that you can spend with AG funds is the monies that are directly, not indirectly, touch the teachers and students in every classroom. Thank each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am. And then Mr. Garvey, Ms. Johnson, and then Mr. Garvey.
Thank you very much. First, I am going to absolutely miss Brad Smith. As a matter of fact, I called Brad when we were in the legislature the other day to have him bring me something to the legislature. So I am going to miss him. Brad's a class act, and he's going to be successful wherever he is. But to Terry, 32 years, thank you for the compliments. I have enjoyed working with all of the BESE staff. You all know that. And I do appreciate the work that you have done, because it's not easy to tell people you have misspent our HG money. So you've done an outstanding job of keeping them on track, and I'm proud to have known you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Garvey.
Yes, Madam President, instead of just passively nodding my head when you acknowledged Brad Smith, I wanted to actively state that, yes, during redistricting, we had a lot of time to spend together. Way too much time, a lot of people would say. But during that time, I came to see just how helpful Brad could be, how qualified he was for working on that project, and it was a big help. And as you said, we would not have gotten the good result that we got if I had not had Brad there to help me.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Ms. Buquet.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Brad was like a son to me so often. If the weather was bad, he walked me up to my car under an umbrella or said, give me your keys, and he'd go get my car and bring it into a space. If I needed, if I had a flat tire, he'd say, oh, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it while you're here. Or, if I needed gas, it happened to sakes if I forgot, he was just there. He was just like a son, and so I hope he comes over to visit us often. We surely want to go see him. I even would bring him a case of beer now and then as a special thing. So,
ooh, careful.
I bet he wants me to be around a little bit. But to Terry, I have to tell this story on Terry. Saturday I attended a reception for a retiring superintendent of diocesan schools down in my area. And as I walked into the church vestibule for a service before the reception, one of the nuns I knew stopped me and she said, oh, guess who's here? Terry Adams. And I know I looked at her like, who? I mean, I didn't expect this nun whom who had taught all my children to be talking about Terry. So I go on, and just before I meet another nun, another former principal, she said, oh, you know who's here? I said, yes, I heard. And then I went to the reception, and I'm standing there with Terry, and people are coming up to talk to me, I think, and I want to introduce them. Every nun there knows Terry. So that was quite a revelation to me, and so when you talked about that today, I had to tell you, and they all love him. So I guess that's good news. He kept them out of trouble, and that was the big thing that they wanted. They wanted to have money that does go to teachers and to students, and Terry really helped them get there. And of course, he's from my area of the country. So again, thank you for your good words to me, and thank you mostly, though, for your service to all of our children. Godspeed.
Thank you. I think his pathway is assured, it sounds like. Anyone else? If not, Mr. Bayard.
Whenever I see people retiring from this building, you begin to think about what's going through their minds, the number of years that they put in, the friendships, and all of a sudden it stops. And I know it's a hard decision to make. So for what you gave, my hat's off to all of you, Terry, Pat, and Brad. Of course, he didn't retire. He'll still be around. But in your years of service, you're starting a new life. It's something, if you remember at high school graduation, they said, look at the people around you. You may never see them again for the rest of your life. And there could be some truth to that when you retire. So with that in mind, I hope that that's not the truth. I hope I get to see you guys, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you. Sherry, do you have family members you'd like to introduce to the board? Yes.
I have two relatives here, and they're both educators in Terrebonne Parish. The first is an early childhood instructor. She works at Schriever Elementary in Schriever, Louisiana. Her name is Patty Adams Mellison. Patty, stand up. The next one we call our little Napoleon in the family. She is a principal at Coteau Bayou Blue, also in Terrebonne Parish, Miss Tess Adams Day. Stand up, Tess.
That's very nice. Thank you for being here today.
Madam Chairman.
Mr. Romer.
If I could, Terry, one story that most people don't know is that my father said he was going to brick up the top 3 floors, but then he came back to the governor's mansion one day and said, I met Terry today, I can't do it. So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Romer. If that's all the comments on this, we're going to go ahead and move to the rest of the agenda. Regrettably, this has been very enjoyable. Probably the most enjoyable part of the BESE week this week. Next item.
Item number 9, Board Committee Reports. 9A, Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee. Ms. Bradford.
On behalf of the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee, I move that items 1 through 30, approval of items 1 through 30, noting that 13, 17, 19, 20, 21, 23, and 24 are notices of intent.
Okay, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lee. Thank you. Any objections to the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, I requested to pull item 826.
826. There's a motion to pull items 826. Would the maker and the second of the motion, would you like us to approve the rest of the agenda or to? Yeah, let's go. You want to pull it first? Okay, so item 20. I'm sorry. Okay, let's, if you modify your motion to approve all items with the exception of 26.
Agreed.
Agreed by Ms. Bradford, seconded. Mr. Lee, are you in agreement?
Yes.
Okay, we're in agreement. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we have the motion carries, and we go to item 26.
Do we need to read item 26?
Mr. Garvey, yes, I think you do.
Okay, on motion of Mr. Astug, seconded by Mr. Romer, the Academic Goals and Instructional Improvement Committee recommends that the board receive the comments regarding revisions to Bulletin 111, the Louisiana School District and State Accountability System, Section 1101, letter grades, and Section 1103, honor rolls. Public comments were submitted by Ms. Rose Drill Peterson, Director, East Bank Collaborative of Charter Schools, Ms. Linda M. Johnson, 8th District BESE member, State Board of Elementary and Secondary Education, Ms. Ruth Frierson, founder and chair, and Ms. Janet Bean, chair, Education Committee for Citizens for One Greater New Orleans, Mr. Steve Monahan, president, Louisiana Federation of Teachers, and Ms. Shawn Toronto, principal, Einstein Charter School.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garvey?
Okay, yes, I pointed out the other day that there's a potential problem that came to my attention yesterday morning when I was talking to Mr. Norton regarding the law that requires us to issue letter grades and that requires us to incorporate in the plan an indicator of growth. And we have decided that the indicator of growth would be a plus and a minus, and we have even directed the department to look at other items of growth that might be included in that report. But there are some schools for which we have no growth information, schools that have opened so recently that they're, by definition, have no growth. We cannot show growth. And I don't know if it would be a violation of the law, but I think at the very least it would be a violation of common sense to issue a letter grade that anticipates the inclusion of growth information if there is no growth for that school. So along those lines, I would like to make the following motion, that we direct the department in the situation where the department does not have 2 years of SPS scores for a school, that instead of issuing a letter grade for that school, they instead list either the percent of below grade level students in that school or similar information that is otherwise determined by the department to be fitting for the report.
Okay, does everyone understand the motion? And is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, there's a motion by Mr. Garvey, a second by Ms. Johnson. Any discussion?
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Let me first go to Ms. Johnson and then Mr. Lee.
Okay.
Ms. Buchanan.
Mr. Garvey's motion only addressed those schools that will not have 2 years, well, really 3 years worth of data. I'd like to, in concept, think that that motion is inclusive of all the schools, because on the chart that we saw the other day, there is a section that says the percentage or the number of students performing below grade level. Now, I personally think that's a negative way to look at something. I think there's a better way to look at it, and it is to look at it in terms of the numbers of children performing at or above grade level.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
There's been lots of discussion about letter grades and whether they're good or bad or should be done or shouldn't be done. But that, it did pass. And I think it's dangerous, very dangerous, if we ever start deviating from saying we'll give letter grades to some but not to others. And while I understand the intent of the motion, I cannot personally support saying some schools would be exempted from getting letter grades while others would not. To me, it needs to be all or none.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. UK.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I really don't quite understand what would be gained by publishing the number of students who perform below grade level. I'd like to ask Mr. Garvey. I don't get that.
Well,
Mr. Garvey.
Yes, one of the justifications for issuing the letter grades is to show how many students are performing below grade level. The grade that will be issued will equate to a certain percentage of students that are performing below grade level. A second reason for issuing letter grades, with the plan that we put in place with the plus and minus, is to indicate growth. I think what I am suggesting, where we would list the percentage of either failing or passing, which basically is the same information, the number of students either failing or passing, we would be giving that part of the information to the public without issuing the letter grade, which requires an aspect of growth be included in it.
Thank you for that.
I think we would be giving them all the information without falling into the trap of not
I hate to disagree with one of my best friends, but I really don't. I think, like Mr. Lee, I don't see, or whoever said, listing the students performing below grade level, I think it was Ms. Johnson, seems a negative way to go about. Plus, it seems to me that this would be new policy and so forth, and would have to go back and redo things. We've done a lot already, and we've passed the other motions yesterday, and I hope we'll pass today about looking at growth factors and so forth. I'm sorry, but I cannot go with this motion.
Ms. Tyler, Superintendent Tyler has asked to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm concerned that we may not be in compliance with the law if we don't issue letter grades to all of the schools. Mr. Garvey, I don't know if there is a provision even in the policy that you passed as a board that allows you to do that unless you change the policy. But the law doesn't speak to anything other than issuing letter grades for all public schools. So I'm concerned about that aspect of it also.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Wait, Mr. Garvey, if you don't mind, let's everybody go take their first round. I'll let you close since it's your motion. Mr. Bayard.
Ms. Tyler, the law says that we have to issue letter grades in October, or as soon as we can.
If someone wants to come to speak to the statute, if you're more than welcome to speak to it.
Let me just make a comment. We did review the statute. It doesn't say that, but when you made the policy, you yourself said that you would issue the letter grades.
When the board approved that, we said we would issue letter grades.
Yes, sir. Okay. And of course, Scott and Aaron are at the table. We'd like to hear from them, Ms. President, if
Thank you.
that's okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes.
You always have first shot.
Thank you.
Ms. Bitterly.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The law does require that we begin to issue a letter grade for every school beginning with the 11-12 school year.
Okay, it does. Okay, Mr. Norton, do you have anything to add? Okay. Any other board members want to comment or speak on Ms. Okay, 1 second, because I'm allowing everyone to speak first, and then I'm going to go back around. Mr. Geis, and then Mr. Lee, and then it looks like Mr. Garvey can close.
Thank you. I think everyone knows that I feel like the present policy that we have, procedure, the process of doing this is invalid. But I do believe that if it's going to be placed upon one school, it should be upon all of them that fall under the law. So I would have to vote against this.
Thank you, Mr. Geis. Mr. Lee.
Mr. Romer just asked me, because there's so much discussion and confusion
He wanted to know if he could make a motion that we just delay all of letter grade implementation.
I think I'll need to hear that from Mr. Romer.
I'll second it.
Good try, Mr. Lee.
I believe you now.
Okay, if no one else wants to speak to Mr. Garvey's motion, I'll ask Mr. Garvey to close.
Yeah, in response to what Ms. Tyler said, with aspects of the law, there's usually more than one opinion. And my opinion, one of the problems I was trying to address with this was that we might be violating the law by issuing a letter grade that did not have growth factored into it, where the law requires us to factor growth into our system. So
Okay,
if the board decides not to go with it, then it decides not to go with it. But I wanted them to have the information and a possible solution.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. At this point, if there are no more comments by board members, we'll go ahead and vote on Mr. Garvey's motion. All in favor of Mr. Garvey's motion, can signify by saying aye. Okay, motion fails, Mr. Garvey.
Oh, aye.
Okay, excuse me. Please note that Mr. Garvey and Ms. Johnson are in support of Mr. Garvey's motion. The motion fails. Now we need a motion on item 26. Is there a motion to approve item 26?
I'll move approval.
Thank you, Mr. Romer. Is there a second by Ms. Bradford? Any objection to this motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Item 9B, Administration of Finance Committee, Ms. Johnson.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even on it. Thank you very much. The Administration and Finance Committee met on Tuesday, and I move approval of items. So many of them. 1 through 55, noticing that number 14 is an NOI.
So it's 55.
So it's 55.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lee. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Item 9C, Committee of the Whole, Mr. Romer.
On behalf of Committee of the Whole, I move approval of items 1 through 25.
Okay, there's a motion to approve items 1 through 25. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bradford. Is there any discussion on this item? Any objection to the motion? Oh, Mr. Lee? I'll slow down.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think there's one I want to pull, but I can't find it right now. I think it's number 2. Number 2?
No, it's not. It's in 2, Walter. I believe it's in 2.
Yeah, it's in C2.
It's in C2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's in the second part.
Okay.
That's Garvey.
Okay, are we on? Okay, would
So,
you
I'll
would you
move
restate
to
your motion?
Move approval of items 1 through 25.
Pulling item number 2?
No, we're not pulling any.
Not pulling. Okay, restate the motion to approve items 1 through 25. Is there a second? Okay, the second stands. Any objection to this item? Hearing none, motion carries.
Educator Effectiveness Committee, Mr.
No, there's two sections to Committee of the Whole.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
I assume Mr. Garvey was going to handle the second section since he chaired that, but if not, I'll handle it.
9C2.
9C2, School Innovation and Turnaround Committee.
Didn't you run that yesterday?
I believe there's 4 items under that.
There are, no, I'm looking at 8 items, right? 9C2?
Yes,
This is from Thursday of last week when we met in New Orleans. This is the second part.
Okay, that would be you, Mr. Romer.
Then I move for approval of items 1 through 8 in section 9C2.
Okay, there's a motion to
And
approve items 1 through 8.
And I'm asking that items 2 and 3 be
Okay,
be pulled.
then, and we have a request to pull items number 2 and 3. So, Mr. Romer, would you restate your motion?
I'll move for approval of items 1 through 8, excluding items 2 and 3.
Is there a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Garvey. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. We go back to item 2, and Mr. Lee, you pulled the item.
Item 2 concerned first-line schools being removed from the teacher's retirement system. This has come before the board before, and I just think it's a very serious matter that we're discussing, and it affects probably 99% of the people in the audience and 99% of the people employed in education in the State Department in Louisiana. And it's really, I just don't see how we can permit schools to voluntarily remove themselves from the teacher retirement system when we don't permit public schools to remove themselves, and it could have a totally detrimental effect on the teacher retirement system. And according to a letter from the retirement system, it's illegal. So surely we as a board don't want to take action that's illegal. And I would move that we delay this approval request until there's further determination, clarification from the IRS and or other authorities as to whether schools, public schools, can remove themselves from the teacher retirement system.
Question.
Okay, wait. I have a motion. Ms. Johnson, Ms. Johnson, do you want to?
Second the motion.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Lee. Is this to item number 2?
It is number 2, but the same thing applies to number 3, so
Okay,
I'll include both if that's.
Okay, there's a motion to delay, basically, items 2, the committee's action on items 2 and 3, and there's a second by Ms. Johnson. Mr. Geis has asked to speak.
My concern is all of what Mr. Lee had to say, plus the fact that I think these schools had signed a contract with TRS to participate. And I think it's probably important that they fulfill that contract. I know it's important to the retirement system. It's important to everyone who's a member of the retirement system. So I think we could consider the responsibility that we all have, including the school, to live up to the contracts that our school signed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geis. It's been brought to my attention that procedurally there has to be a majority who want to. Let me do this. Let me ask BESE staff to explain the process, because I think maybe pulling this item requires a vote of the board.
In order to pull this item.
Madam Chair, point of order. Point of order.
Well, no, Mr. Lee, in one moment, but I'm going to let our executive director speak, because it's been brought to my attention that we may have had a process issue, and I may need to go back and correct it.
Well, your executive director is not experienced at this, but go ahead.
Mr. Lee, Ms. Posniak, please explain.
In order for an item to be pulled, it needs to be pulled by someone who voted in the majority in this vote.
Okay, so I go back to the items and ask that if anyone in the majority on this vote, and that would be Ms. Buquet, Ms. Dastuk, Mr. Garvey, or Mr. Romer, would any of the 4 of you like to pull this item?
Now I'm going to call my point of order.
I have a question.
Okay, let me stop. You see what the issue is, right, Mr. Lee? Okay, Mr. Lee, and then Mr. Bayard. And BESE staff, you might want to pull some on this.
This board has never refused any board member from pulling an item that's up for consideration. Now, if you make this ruling now, you're going totally contrary to the total history of this board.
Mr. Lee, this action was actually taken in December, and that can be documented for you.
Pardon me?
Actually, I did make a ruling on a similar situation in December, so this would not be the first time that I would abide by our policies.
This is this is obviously,
Okay.
obviously,
Wait, could you just 1 second, please? I'm trying to listen to Mr. Lee. Okay, we're pulling the policy, Mr. Lee. We're pulling it.
Madam Chair, could I just elaborate?
Yes, Mr. Bayard.
Committee business is not final action. It never is final action. And the majority vote rule applies to final action in Robert's rules. Committee business, now, we have a policy that differs from that. The first time in 12 years I've heard of that.
Okay.
And, you know, I kind of would like to follow Robert's rules.
Okay,
I mean,
Mr.
committee discussion, I could, point of order also. It's oftentimes possible a committee member is not here during initial committee vote and shows up on full board with full rights to pull an item for discussion. Now, unless our policy specifically applies to committee decisions versus full board decisions, your interpretation is wrong. I'd like to see it. And I'm sorry, I've been around Robert's Rules game for a long time. I was a parliamentarian in another part of my life, and that's been the nature of the beast since I was a very young individual.
The BESE staff is looking at the policy, and it will be read to you, and then we'll make a decision based on that.
I have another comment.
Yes, sir.
Unrelated to parliamentary issues. The KIP decision the board made.
What's the answer?
Is KIP participating in Social Security also? Are they putting into Social Security?
I'm going to let someone else answer.
Yes.
Is someone here to answer that?
There's no one from KIP here today.
They're not, because it takes congressional action for us to participate in a teacher retirement and Social Security and a federally funded program. So this state opted out a long time ago. And we still haven't had a rendering of a ruling from any federal agency, the Internal Revenue Service, or anybody. And just to continue to consider these issues is putting those schools at a tremendous disadvantage, because whenever they have to go back and retroactively fund this miscue, it's going to be rather expensive. I'd like to know where the money's going to come from. Who's going to pay for it? And just to continue to run through these decisions, and as an avalanche of requests comes, we're just saying, yeah, let's go ahead. Yeah, let's go ahead. I think it's wrong. And, I mean, I want to be right, not just fair, but right. And I think we're wrong in doing this, and I'm going to be against it with all respect.
Yes, and this is, I appreciate your comments, and Mr. Geis wants to speak to this, and then I'm going to ask BESE staff, because we are in the transition to a rule, and I'm going to follow our rule, BESE members, and so she's going to read it and speak to it, and then we'll move forward. Mr. Geis.
If we have a rule, I think we need to be consistent with it. We just pull something from without a vote. Just finish action on an item that was pulled without a vote. And I think that.
Yeah, but it was the prevailing side.
I understand that, but we did not vote that. I think what Mr. Bayard is pointing out is very crucial. We have committees, and then we have board meetings. Board meetings are where final action is made. And the only way we can take final action today is to allow those who want to speak, and then action be made based upon that. Otherwise,
you don't have to be on the prevailing side on a committee to overturn a decision on the full legislative body. And for us to have a policy that differs from across the street, to me, I think we need to get consistent with the law.
Mr. Bayard, if you will allow our staff.
I'm out of turn, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And this is a tough matter, and I'm going to allow some latitude.
My motivation exceeded my manner.
That's okay. That's okay. I want to do this correctly. Ms. Ford.
Okay. The board's current policy is under revision. The policy in place right now, until the final adoption of the rule that the board just approved for final adoption is adopted next month, is under voting in the board BESE code, item C4, at the board meeting when approving committee minutes and acting on committee recommendations, any board member can request that a matter be addressed by the board. That is the policy today.
Okay, so the pulling of the item, Mr. Lee, was correct. You're right. Okay, there's a transition to rule, and...
Are we changing that? We're changing that?
It is being changed. You approved it, actually, several months ago.
Yeah, well,
in March.
that's one of those trustworthy votes that maybe I made a mistake on.
Okay, can one at a time? I think I'm giving a lot of latitude here, Ms. Johnson. And one moment.
have a question.
Mr. Bayard, do you need to finish a comment? You're finished. Ms. Johnson.
I have a question. And Nina, you may have to go back and listen to the tape in order to refresh my memory. But I think when we did what is the policy that's going to go into NOI, it's my understanding that that policy simply said, and what we were trying to accomplish was if you were not here in the committee meeting, you could not come in and pull something. That's what I think that was trying to say at
Yes,
that time.
ma'am. That's the policy that has not yet been approved, that has
Okay,
not
that
yet
is
run
not-
as
And
a
that
rule.
Mr. Lee would not
So-
have been able to pull the item because he didn't attend the committee
But
meeting.
it doesn't say anything
Right.
about being on the prevailing side.
No,
That's
right.
the point I'm trying to
You're
make.
right, absolutely, Ms. Johnson. So the difference would be Mr. Lee would not be able to pull it, but Ms. Johnson, who attended, would be able to pull it. But so I'm going to rule that we are under the current policy, which is clear to, I think, everybody. So Mr. Lee's pulling of this item is correct. Okay, and there is a motion and a second to defer. Okay, is there any more discussion on this item? Okay, then I'm going to call for a vote. And considering the complexity and confusion around this issue, I'm going to call for a roll vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, before I call for the vote, I'd like to hear from Department and Legal, perhaps?
Well, I would like to make the distinction between the two TRSL issues. One of the schools, and the minutes don't reflect this, but we asked for a correction in the minutes earlier today with BESE staff. The first line school, Dibert, is not currently a member of TRSL. They never registered with TRSL. The amendment that they put forward is an amendment to remove any obligation to join TRSL because there was some confusion when they filled out their contract last year. Oh, okay. Oh, I have an older copy. Okay. Okay, great. So the copy that you have states to remove the obligation of the school to join TRSL. The Renew school, the second school in these minutes, is actually currently a member, and they're asking to withdraw from the system.
Okay. So there is a distinction between the two schools. And BESE members, those of you who did not attend, there was quite a bit of backup and quite a bit of discussion about the distinctions between the two situations. I don't know whether you took the time to read that. And if you have any questions, department staff is here. Ms. Hunt, do you have anything to add to this?
No, I agree with what Jacob said, and also, as y'all know, charter schools do not have to join TRSL. That's not an obligation. They have an option to join or not.
As opposed to a traditional school district?
Correct.
A school district, okay. So it's not an obligation. We have a card from Mr. Roy Mongru with TRSL. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Dastu. First of all, we disagree with that statement that was made that Dibert is not a member of Teachers Retirement. I sent a letter to Ms. Dastu, which I hope every one of you have.
It's been distributed.
And if you look at, I think it's about halfway through the document, there's a copy of the option document that said, by which a charter school can opt in or opt out of Teachers Retirement. And the one that I attached shows it's signed May 17th, 2010, and it was by Dibert, in which they chose to participate in Teachers Retirement System. This document forms a part of your charter contract. So as a matter of contract law, they are a member of Teachers Retirement. They just refuse to go through with the process of making the contributions and taking steps to assure that their members' accounts with us were up to date. So just because they decided after they entered into the charter agreement not to comply with the agreement, the parts of the charter agreement, doesn't mean that they were never a member of Teachers Retirement System. They were, they are. They, at this time, owe us about $500,000 in unpaid employee and employer contributions for the past fiscal year in which they were members of teachers. So the fact that they decided after they entered into the charter agreement that they didn't want to participate, they never got their charter agreement amended. So as a matter of contract law and as a matter of your law, because y'all provide that these amendments, these attachments to your charter agreement are part of the charter. So as a matter of law, they are members of teachers. They just decided they didn't want to comply with it after the fact. So the fact that they're suggesting that they never were members of teachers, we have treated them as members of teachers. We've been trying to get them enrolled and participating. We had to file a public records request in order to get their student information because they refused to give it to us. But we were trying to enforce your contract, which puts them in teachers as a matter of law.
Okay.
So
There's a sincere disagreement that we heard at length at the RSD meeting on whether did Divert do any of the charter school setup requirements?
They didn't.
Did they enroll in TRSL?
There is no enrollment. This is the enrollment.
Do they have a registration account? We
have now, because we got a public records request, we got the information about their teachers. We know how much they owe. We have continuously asked them to set up to provide the necessary information for us to collect the employer and employee contributions. But the fact that they didn't do it doesn't mean they're not contractually bound.
Okay.
And I mean, it would be just like a charter school decides they're not going to do any kind of reporting to you. Doesn't mean they're not obligated to do it. They just refuse to do it.
Okay, and that is their position. And you've stated it very articulately, and you did it in New Orleans. And I think there is another position on this that would like to be explained.
Right.
Ms. Hunt?
As y'all know, the charter agreement was between BESE and the Charter Association. Not TRSL is not a party to that agreement, for one thing. And what the agreement actually says is that the charter school would permit their employees to be in TRSL, not that they themselves were joining TRSL because of that part of the law that we thought was going to pass, and we're still waiting for the letter from the IRS and all of that, as to see whether some employees could be in TRSL and some not. So they were saying they would permit their employees to be in TRSL.
And that's what this says right here. It reads, the charter operator will permit employees who are not on a leave of absence from a local school board to participate in TRSL. Mr. Landry, do you know, did Mr. Divert, did Divert contribute to any other retirement?
They did, and we do have a representative from First Line Schools here who can speak to that. But they've been contributing both to Social Security and to a 403B for their employees.
Okay, I think maybe he should come up and speak to it.
Can I make one comment?
Can you just hold? I think,
sure.
And then stay there, stay at the table, and we'll. Okay, we have Adrian Morgan with First Line Schools. And Sandy? Feinbergs. That's okay.
My name is Adrian Morgan. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for First Line Schools. I'd like to thank the board for being willing to listen to our comments this afternoon.
I don't think your mic's on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My name is Adrian Morgan, Chief Operating Officer for First Line Schools. We operate the Divert Community School in New Orleans, Louisiana. And it is our simple contention that, as the attorneys stated here earlier, the document that we completed was one that states that it permits employees to participate in TRSL, but not one that bound either our employees or John Divert Community School or First Line Schools to be participating in the TRSL system. We have attempted to be in partnership with, or collaboration I should say, with the folks from TRSL in terms of trying to resolve this issue. I do take issue with the request for public information request in order to get our information. They did send us one, but we would have sent the information and our students and teachers with a simple regular request, and we did comply with it as well. Our attorney, Sandy Feingertz, who's here to my left, has been in conversation with Roy and the attorneys there, and at this point we are awaiting further communication from their general counsel. So we are willing again to resolve the issue from a legal standpoint. In terms of the actual practical standpoint for the teachers, I have with me signed statements from all of our teachers expressing their knowledge of the TRSL system and their awareness of our of not participating in it, as well as documentation showing that for teachers who were vested in TRSL, we are providing alternative compensation to ensure that they are not having a financial loss as a result of not being able to participate in TRSL for this year or the upcoming year. It is our long-term objective to be able to provide an option for teachers to be able to participate in TRSL, but we do need that to be an option. We're not in a place where that can be a mandatory participation for the entire school. And we are at this point seeking to have that participation completely removed for the school and that obligation removed, because our initial intent was not to enroll entirely, but to have this option available to teachers.
Okay. Do you want to speak? And then we'll go back to Mr. Moncrief.
Thank you. The only clarification I would make is that First Line Schools is a tax-exempt organization for federal tax purposes. As such, they must withhold Social Security. They do not have the ability to opt out of Social Security. Therefore, were these teachers to be covered by TRSL, absent some ruling from the IRS, First Line would have to both withhold Social Security and teachers' retirement. There is no double dipping in these two systems. Your Social Security is offset by TRSL if you're under both systems. So we believe that until this whole thing is worked out, where we know that we can actually put the teachers in TRSL and not have them in Social Security, that the federal tax laws would simply work a real hardship on both the school and the teachers.
Okay.
Question.
Mr. Bayard.
Mr. Mongrove, if I pronounce your name right.
Yes, Mongrove.
Can a public school teacher participate in teacher retirement and Social Security?
No.
If the public school teacher doesn't participate in teacher retirement and tells her school board that she wants to be in Social Security, can they enroll her in Social Security?
Cannot. They cannot.
How can this charter school do what a regular public school can't do?
Because these teachers and other employees are employees of a tax-exempt organization. They are not employees of a public body.
They're a nonprofit group.
They're a nonprofit group, that's right, and they're a nonprofit group who's in partnership with the public to run a public school. But the teachers are employees of a tax-exempt organization.
And you have an IRS ruling saying that that's apropos?
I don't have an IRS ruling per se. What I have is an opinion letter. It's actually more of a white paper that was put out in 2000 by the IRS, where it shows that there's a lot of confusion about the characteristic of these schools, and they're not willing to call them public schools for purposes of public retirement.
Publicly funded schools, any Social Security employee would tell you, cannot participate in Social Security, regardless of whether they're a 501(c), regardless of their status, nonprofit or not. A public school is a nonprofit organization too. It just doesn't have that same letter. I would venture to say, no, I would go so far as to say that we really need to have somebody with Social Security, somebody with the federal government, give us something in black and white that helps direct our decision instead of depending on two groups. My gut feeling is there's a problem here. And, I think when you have a teacher retirement board that governs a state retirement system, I thought there were the laws of the land as far as teacher retirement. And as a board member, I want to do what the law says first. So I would like to get clarification on this someday, real soon.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
As we told you last time we were here with KIPS, we had made a request to the IRS to clarify a lot of these issues. The IRS has returned our letter and informed our tax counsel that they're not going to rule on that because they are doing a study of about relationship with charter schools and public schools. But ever since the charter school law went into place, and you got to understand, charter schools, as a matter of Louisiana law, if they opt in, their employees are public school teachers. That's what the state law says. So as we have viewed it and as our tax counsel has viewed it, if they opt in to teachers, they are under a qualified governmental plan. And being under a qualified governmental plan exempts them from Social Security, and they can't. Public schools have no choice. Everybody has to be in teachers under state law. The charter law has allowed charter schools to opt in or opt out, which is the document that I included in my letter to Ms. Dasty. And it's important that the wording of this document is BESE's wording, but as a matter of state law, a charter can't say some of our people are going to be and some of them aren't. It's an employer, qualified employer plan. So An employer, all of its employees are in, all of their employees are out. So what they're suggesting, well, we were hoping to let some of ours in, someone out, because we checked this box. That's impossible under the law. So the only way to interpret this option 1 box that's being checked is that we are deciding to put all our employees in TRSL, because there is no provision to put some of them in and some of them out. They have to be treated, if they select to be in TRSL, they have to be treated just like any other public school employee, and the same rules apply.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Call for question. Not quite finished. I have one other important issue. Those teachers that are participating in that 403B, there are very few contracts out there that require money to be transferred to a qualified plan without penalty, any surrender charge. And for the best interest of those teachers who are seeking that avenue, they better be protected, because I know that if I'm a teacher at KIPP or whatever, and for maybe 2 years I've done this and put up hundreds or maybe thousands of my dollars to only know that I'm going to be charged maybe $1,200 of a surrender cost to bring it over.
Okay.
I mean, their interests aren't being best served if this decision is reversed. So I just hope that we're looking out for everybody's interest here.
Thank you, Mr. Bayard. I think everyone has had an opportunity to speak on this. Mr. Lee, we're going to go back to your motion in just a moment, but I have 2 public comment cards. And it is Wayne Free with LAE, and then Lloyd Dressel. He doesn't say who he's with, but I think we know. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Free, and then we'll go to Mr. Dressel. And if you would mind keeping your comments to 3 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Wayne Free, Louisiana Association of Educators. I'm not necessarily in a position to say this, that, or the other is right. In fact, you've heard a number of attorneys who are not in agreement. My concern is that as you make these decisions, they have impact on classroom teachers. And we have had calls from classroom teachers who have indicated to us that they are concerned because they are a part of TRSL. And they
in these schools?
And they were encouraged.
In these schools?
And they were in a number of schools. And they were encouraged to fill out forms in a particular way, to the point that some were concerned that they may not have jobs if they did not. I do, and I'm certainly not.
You can speak to the microphone, unless, are you finished?
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, and I'll be happy to specify that this has been from a number of different charter schools. Okay. And those, I don't want to get into the debate about whether this is or isn't. That debate I don't mind raising. The debate of whether it's legal or not legal, whether they're already in or not, I don't want to get into.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Free. Mr.
But I have not finished.
Finish.
Thank you. I have expressed my concern to this organization before, because you charter these schools if at some point in time those nonprofits go belly up, and some do, and they do not pay the contribution as they have promised those individuals, I have a real concern that the state of Louisiana and this board will have some responsibility toward those issues. I would strongly urge you to delay this decision until the attorneys, the IRS, and all of that can make that decision about whether that is what should happen or not. And I'd be the first to tell you that all in and all out doesn't work for everyone. But I'm not sure how you fix that, and I don't think you're going to be able to decide at this board.
Thank you, Mr. Free. Mr. Dressel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. White Dressel, representing Louisiana School Boards Association. As a sidelight to this, we're concerned, as Mr. Free stated, if you can do this in mass, if systems can drop out at will, what would happen to the rest of us in the teachers' retirement system? Now, the legislature is very concerned with this, and just yesterday completed the passage of Senate Bill number 6. Senate Bill number 6 doesn't attack Mr. Lee's concerns specifically, but what it says is this: when these systems come into the teacher's retirement, part of the contribution that they make to the retirement system is to pay off the unfunded accrued liability. And as you know, that's a payment schedule that was set into effect. So in 2039, the retirement system would be completely solvent. That is, if everybody retired at one time, it would have enough money to pay off all of those claims. Well, as these systems are allowed by BESE to leave the retirement system, this bill says that they still have an obligation to pay off that portion of the unfunded accrued liability which they incurred during the time they were in the retirement system. I believe that this is going to have a chilling effect of more systems coming to you and ask for withdrawal. And one argument that I made in testimony, and incidentally, this bill passed out of Senate Committee 10-zip. It passed on the floor of the Senate. It passed in through the House Committee in the House. And there was no objection to this logic, because what happens if a system pulls out, it then takes the liability that they would have incurred and spreads it over the remaining systems. In effect, we have to pay for their dropping out. And the argument I made again is, in legal terms, and I know we have at least one lawyer on the board, you're giving them a second bite at the apple. They had a choice when they came in to choose to go in the retirement system or not. Now, a couple of years, as many as 5 years into the system, they're coming back to you and say, hey, we made a mistake. We want out. You don't allow anyone else to do that. And so, as Mr. Lee says, I hope that you would defer, at least defeat this policy.
Okay, thank you very much. BESE members, any more comments? Otherwise, we're going to...
Could I ask just one question?
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
One of the comments you made, you said that they were providing compensation.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what that means.
Sure thing. What we have done is we recognize that due to the inability of the IRS to provide a private letter ruling on the Senate bill that was provided last year, which would have provided an option, which is what we moved forward with in our initial actions, there were teachers in our schools who were vested who would not receive credit for this year working with us. And because we realized that this has happened so late in the year, it was unlikely for them to find a suitable position at another TRSL organization, so they probably would not get credit for the upcoming year if they were to remain with us. In order to compensate them for this potential loss, we worked with actuaries and with our legal counsel here in order to identify what the financial equivalent with that would be for each individual based on their years of service and their salary. And from there, provided each person with a cash payment that would go into their 403B plan, which if they withdraw at retirement age in the same way they would withdraw from TRSL, would be an equivalent financial compensation.
So in essence, you did not provide them compensation. You moved it to a 403. You didn't give them because...
We provide them compensation in the same way that TRSL provided them compensation in their retirement plan.
Okay.
We did not give them cash money.
Thank you.
That's what you're asking.
Question.
Mr. Bayard.
Yes, sir. You match the contribution under the 403B, do you?
No, we went above and beyond matching. So first of all, we don't match. We provide a investment equivalent to 6% for all of our teachers. That's our policy.
In a
It's
side
not a
fund?
match.
It's a qualified fund?
In a qualified 403B
Side
account.
fund. It's a 403B?
403B account, correct.
So it's a like account.
It's a what account?
It's a 403B. They have two, in other words. One that they fund and one that you fund.
Well, they can fund the 403B in the same way that we can as well. So both individuals and the employer can fund that.
The money that you put up, does it go into the same commingling account or is it in a separate account?
It goes into the same account.
Same account, okay, fine. And the surrender charge on that money the first 2
There's no
years?
surrender charge. As
There's
long as they transfer it to a qualified account, there's no charge for anybody to transfer funds. That's federal law.
Sir, I've been in that business a long time, probably longer than you've been in yours, and I can assure you there's no such animal. There's a surrender charge in all 403Bs. However, if you move your money to a state program to transfer it, like to buy into an account, there are some stipulations. My whole point is, if the ruling is reversed, these folks are going to have to take all that money, unless they got some other money in their pockets to come up with, and get it over to TRSL and whatever. It's going to be a shortfall because there's a lot more money, because their amount of contribution and yours is about 30% total. I believe, to TRSL. But to the 403B, it might be 12%. Wrong? Well, how much? I mean, tell me.
Board members, I'm gonna remind you of, yes, I'm gonna remind you that it takes 6 votes really for anything to happen here at board, so let's just go ahead and move on this. I think everyone who wasn't at the meeting on Thursday has been well versed on the matter. I think everyone here who's had one opportunity to speak has had an opportunity to speak multiple times, BESE members included. Are we ready? Yes. Okay. Would you please restate the Mr. Lee's motion?
Yes, ma'am, and I do need clarification that this motion is going to address both motion 2 and motion 3.
Mr. Lee, do you still want to address both items?
Okay. So Mr. Lee's motion, seconded by Ms. Johnson, was to delay approval of this item until clarification is received from IRS and/or any other authorities concerning whether public schools are allowed to withdraw from TRSL.
Was that to wait for the IRS ruling? Because we were told that could be years or never. We were told it could be never. They may not ever
Well, he said
rule on this.
IRS or other authorities.
Or, okay.
Probably a judge.
Can I clarify that? It's not
Yes.
never. What's going on is the IRS is doing a study. They postpone our ruling on the letter because they're doing a study of these issues, which the study should be completed within all type of charter school issues, which should be completed 12 to 18 months.
Okay.
If that report doesn't answer this question for us, then they told us to re-ask the question. So they
But
just
they didn't tell you that they may not rule on this?
They didn't rule on our specific request because they are doing the study. If the study doesn't answer those questions after they complete it, then we will re-ask the questions.
What would your estimated time frame be?
The IRS, I can't answer that. I mean, they told us 12 to 18 months on the study, so I can't tell you, that was sometime last fall when they told us that, so.
Okay. So with that knowledge. Okay. Let's take a roll call vote on Mr. Lee's motion, please.
Mr. Bayard?
Yes.
Mr. Bayard votes yes. Mr. Bennett? Mr. Bennett is absent. Ms. Bradford? Ms. Bradford votes no. Ms. Bouquet? Ms. Bouquet is absent. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Ms. Givens? Ms. Givens is absent. Mr. Geis?
Yes.
Mr. Geis votes yes. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson votes yes. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer votes no.
I vote no.
Ms. Esty
Okay,
votes
motion
no.
fails for lack of 6 votes. We go, so that motion has failed. So we go back to the items 2 and 3. Is there a motion?
I move approval of item 2.
Okay, we have a motion to approve items 2 and 3 as recommended by the committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a second by Mr. Garvey. Let's do a roll call vote.
Mr. Bayard?
No.
Mr. Bayard votes no. Mr. Bennett is absent. Ms. Bradford? Ms. Bradford votes yes. Ms. Bouquet is absent. Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Ms. Givens? Ms. Givens is absent. Mr. Geis?
No.
Mr. Geis votes no. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Johnson votes no. Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Mr. Romer?
Yes.
Mr. Romer votes yes. Ms. Hester?
I vote yes. That motion fails for lack of 6 votes. So I've been advised by BESE staff that this item sits. So there's no action.
What happens to this item?
It sits.
It will be recorded as no action, no
There's
further
no
action was
action.
taken on the items.
Okay, but in terms of our policy, what does it do?
No action is taken on the item.
This item, can this item come back in August?
No, not unless somebody puts
Right, okay, that's what I wanted
What,
to hear.
I want a clarification also. Does it mean that the request of these schools has been granted or not?
No.
It means it's not been granted,
No.
but they're not precluded, so it's a new ballgame, I guess I would say.
Daddy, can I use the car? I'm just thinking about it.
I'm sorry?
Daddy, can I use the car? Well, I'm just thinking about it right now.
Okay.
I want to make another comment for me.
Mr. Lee?
I think we all know that retirements are in trouble fiscally. They just are. And there are probably going to have to be some changes made. But it needs to be made in a uniform, systematic, designed, legal way. It does not need to be done through this type of piecemeal and whatever some charter school wants to say or do. And I still have a real question of what is a public school. I hear people say over and over, a charter school is a public school. But now I'm hearing today, well, a charter school is not a public school. So I get confused on, are they a public school or are they not? I don't understand.
I'd like to move on.
Yes, I think,
I
okay,
think I would
Mr. Lee,
expect
thank
you
you for your
would, Mr.
comments. Everyone here, thank you for being here. Next item.
Item 9D, Educator Effectiveness Committee, Mr. Lee.
You're up, Mr. Lee.
Okay. Under Educator Effectiveness Committee, I move approval of items 1 through 12 with number 10, a notice of intent.
Okay, there's a motion to approve items 1 through 12, noting a notice of intent. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bradford. Is there any objections to this motion? Hearing none, motion carries.
Item 9E, School Innovation and Turnaround Committee, Mr. Garvey.
Yes, on behalf of the School Innovation and Turnaround Committee, I'd move approval of items 1 through 4 in Globo.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this item? Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bradford. Is there any objection to this item? Any comments? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Item 10A, Special Board Advisory Council Report, Special Education Advisory Council. The recommendation is to receive the minutes and approve the tentative agenda.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Geis. Is there a second? Second. Second by Ms. Johnson. Any objection? Motion carries.
Item 10B, Superintendent's Advisory Council. The recommendation is to receive the minutes and approve the tentative agenda.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there a second by Mr. Geis? Any objection to this motion? Motion passes.
Item 11, Board Advisory Council appointments. The recommendation is to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Johnson. Any objections? Motion carries.
Item number 12, to receive and refer items A through K.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Bradford. Is there to receive and or refer? Is there a second by Ms. Johnson? Any objection? Motion carries.
Item 13, receive and or refer items A through C.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there a second by Ms. Bradford? Any objection to this motion? Motion passes.
Item 14, consideration of granting a hearing to Ms. Casey Smith-Oden regarding the issuance of a Louisiana teaching certificate appropriate to her credentials.
Do we need a motion to say we're going to grant the hearing? Because I'll make that motion.
We need a motion. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there a second? Ms. Bradford? Any objection? Any discussion? We will be granting a hearing. Thank you.
Item number 15, consideration of contracts and leases as recommended by the department for the department and board agencies. The recommendation is to approve.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Garvey. Any objection to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Does that conclude the agenda? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn the board meeting? Thank you, Mr. Geis and Ms. Bradford. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for their patience. Oh, I know. Okay. I don't think we can solve this. It's clear. This is bigger than us.